Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, July the 27th. Don't do that to me, William. All right. So my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen, and it is not sideways. So I'm very surprised, number one, William, you did not short AYTU or what was the other one? That DYAI. I missed them both. I saw them, but I just was a little bit slow in getting them. But look at AYTU. AYTU. Look how that got pounded down. I mean, that's some news. What was the news? It's a virus play. But look at this. I mean, I saw this up here, and I was thinking, okay. And then at about 4:44, I thought, I can't do it now. But man, what a drop. And then the other one was DYAI. Another virus play, DYAI. Another one. I'm surprised you didn't hammer those down. Maybe you didn't have shorts at E-Trade or Fidelity. Anyway, there is other stuff happening. IG had a tremendous run after hours yesterday. Excuse me. New CEO and an acquisition. This was the run after hours all the way up to almost $10. This was not shortable for me. China, of course, is still in the news. China stocks still getting hammered here. TME, now not as hammered as they were the last couple of days. Looking at TME here, I was actually looking maybe as a potential short, but it is popping over 10. The only other issue also is that down here, I believe 974 is the low looking left. So takes that out though. That's it. I mean, there's nothing holding it up. Real cheap one, OGEN. Let me see if it's still holding over $1. I just put this in. I know there are some of you out there that don't mind trading these really cheap ones. OGEN. It's another virus play. And so it is now under $1. Lots of volume, 58% up, 25 million shares. It's a big float. IRCP, is it still up? IRCP. It is up. I don't see any specific news on it right now. Yeah, it's pretty big pullback though. It's up to $4. It's pulled back at 25%. So anyway, I have to see what happens once the market opens, as always. OBSV. OBSV, let's see. They have some kind of a licensing deal. OBSV. Swiss stock through the 200-day moving average, but coming into a lot of resistance up here. So it's on a low float, 59 million in the float. OSAT, I don't think I saw any news on OSAT, but this was up, at least it was. Yeah, another one. You see all these big topping tails, 844 right down to $7, not shortable for me. Don't see any specific news for it. Mogu, this was active yesterday. It's still active this morning. MOGU. Active in that it recovered somewhat yesterday from the lows, but actually I'm wrong. This actually closed down at the lows. So you can see if it can take out 133, it's got a shot to get into this area. A lot of resistance, in my opinion, still. A lot of resistance on the way up, even if it gets up to this area. 94 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation either. Just point these out just in case, you know, the crazy happens, that they get a ton of volume coming in and it just pops up through all this. Zila, XLEA, was a high flyer a few weeks ago. Crashing down. And this is up on strong growth. I guess their preliminary results. Strong growth is what they say. This was halted in the pre-market. MLMD. This is an, I guess this is an opioid play. RLMD, so got up to $41, and it has really come down a lot. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread is not terrible. I thought it would be terrible, but it's not terrible. So we'll have to see what happens once the market opens. But it was halted pre-market, and then it opened, gapped up, but it has come right back down about $10 off those highs. MEDS, MEDS, I think this is an earnings play. MEDS, an earnings play. Yeah, this is a little earnings play, not that much volume yet. Gap down maybe to a support area of 4. Yeah, Entech, that's a mistake on our data provider also. This is a 1-to-4 reverse split. Okay, so it is not up 276%. Okay, I've already contacted Brad to get them to adjust that. So it is not up 276%. The reverse split is taking effect this morning. So SKYT. So this is gapping down on preliminary results and low volume. Still low, yeah, still pretty low volume. That's a big gap down though. Low float, 8 million in the float. It is shortable for me. ATI, boy, multiple downgrades this morning. It already got hammered yesterday. ATI got is that right? ATI? You know what? I think I've put the wrong one in. ATIP. That should be ATIP. Yeah, so it got hammered down yesterday. And a lot of downgrades again this morning. A lot of firms downgrading it even further. Well, I saw Alibaba. Yeah, something to do with that also. Yeah, with TME. Well, let's see. I mean, 970 is I believe, the all-time low. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, just looking to see if I missed any. SPRT was moving higher, but I noticed just as I was opening the room that it was drifting down. SPRT. Yeah, I mean, it's all over the place. I mean, it got up to 729 and all the way down to 658. So it's all over the place right now. And also take a look at Bitcoin. You know how Bitcoin, we had a lot of Bitcoin plays yesterday, especially with the BTBT. Bitcoin is a little bit soft this morning, a little bit. Look what it did. Got right into that 200-day moving average yesterday. Big day for Bitcoin yesterday, but I don't know if we'll have a continuation day. BTBT, that was our big star from yesterday. All right, let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, we have a few upgrades, more downgrades this morning. We had a ton of upgrades and downgrades yesterday. Not that many upgrades today. Let me get some of them in. Actually, a couple of upgrades for American Airlines. I don't know Berenberg too well. Berenberg and Susquehanna. A couple of upgrades for American Airlines. Get the downgrades in now. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that one, that SLGL. It was halted, as William said. All right, here are some of the downgrades now. Analysts still piling into the education stocks from China, TAL and EDU. Multiple downgrades for ATIP, as I mentioned before, still. So as far as the China stocks go, I mean, obviously, as a long-term hold right now, or even a medium to, I'd be very, very reluctant. We might get some bounces. We had some nice bounces in them yesterday for a while. But there is so much uncertainty now with them. On the dock upgrade release. What do you mean by that, Paradox? Any update on the dock upgrade release? You're not talking about docking. We've had docking now for a while. If that's what you mean, maybe you weren't in the room. You just have to go to our beta. Yeah, for a couple of weeks now. At least. Just go to our beta and download the latest beta. I wouldn't do it right now. I would wait till the market closes. Reason being is that you're going to have to play around probably with column widths and things like that. Okay, so it might be a little, I mean, it's, once you get it set, it's 5.5, 5.5 point whatever. It's the beta. And let me just go to the sector status and let's see what's happening this morning before the market opens. All right, so right now, well, market's going to be a weak open. Let's see if there's any sector that's looking, so the only kind of semi-positive sector this morning is technology. Consumer staples, just looking, I mean, this is going to change, of course, once the market opens, but just giving kind of a glimpse at what the overall market's doing. Energy, again, is weak. I suppose, Zach, they could become meme stocks. Anything's possible in this. I mean, yeah, Tal is up, but you know, they had some bounces intraday yesterday. I mean, look at Tal yesterday. Remember what happened. I mean, so this got just hammered down, had a bounce, and then just dropped all day. So, I mean, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but I'd be really, really reluctant to take any China stock on the long side today, unless we get clear resolve that it's, you know, there's going to be. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, because I mean that wasn't that bad. I mean that's 1, 2, 3. So that's 45 minutes. That's the first 45 minutes straight up. But I mean it's up to you. You're just obviously highly emotional right now to trade any sort of a China stock. Ah, okay, Bob. I didn't read it. Yeah, we had a disruption of service yesterday, unfortunately, because this is probably one that I would have taken after hours. You know, it based here, 360, and then it just scooted higher. GE is actually an earnings play also, guys. GE, nice little move up for it. 4% with 8 billion in the float. So GE is a little earnings, not a little earnings play, big company with earnings. Just don't see it being that dynamic once it opens. Well, again, we're having some bounces. I mean, GoTo is bouncing here. GoTo, GOTU. But I mean, again, if it's a meme stock, fine. But I am probably going to just wait unless I see something really incredible. I'm just going to kind of wait for my options, my option plays again. We had 4 of them yesterday. 2 were really, really good. One was okay, and the other one didn't work. Well, when I say didn't work, I mean no harm. I mean, there was no real entry. So we'll see what happens today. Gene is on the move here, guys. Gene, look at this. Another one, though, you know, pops up right back down. Okay, just go to my homepage. Just give me a second here. Okay, so go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and when you do that, then go up to download software, and then scroll down until you see until you see this beta right here, okay? 5.5.15, okay? But I wouldn't do it right now. I wouldn't do it now. The reason being is that it's going to disrupt your column widths probably. Okay, it takes a little bit of getting used to. So I wouldn't do it. I would do it after hours. Okay, guys, I'm hearing tall. I'm hearing go to. I'm probably going to hear EDU. So, I mean, we are getting some bounces in these, but be careful. That's all I can say. NIU, this is another one another a China stock that was gapping down. There wasn't very much volume when I first saw it. The volume is picking up though. NIU, and it's not an all-time low, but Boy, there's not a lot of support really for this. Next low looking left on the monthly chart, 26, so it's below that. So the next low is way down here around 1934. So, I mean, this is really getting hit here. Siri is also, yes, Locutus, if he's in the room. I saw Siri has earnings also. All right, give me one moment. All right, you're saying EVGO's got an upgrade. Yeah, boy, I mean that was slapped around yesterday. I mean, it had a great start to the day. You know, a big pop in the pre-market, but once the market opened, look how choppy it was, though. Wow. Flora Growth. I saw this one after hours yesterday. FLGC, little cannabis play out of Canada. Look at the volume coming into Flora. FLGC. Lots of volume coming in. Look at the volume. Probably a low float. I mean, it's not super low, but it's not crazy high, of course. FLGC, guys. Shortable for me. I only say that because, I mean, eventually these things are going to run out of steam. So it's always nice to know. But look at this. I mean, it's got a little bit more room. 540 to the 550 mark, I guess, if you look at the daily chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but wow, this is really moving here. FLGC, guys. I think I have that in my... yeah, it's in the watch list. Boy, this is really ramping. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is, I don't know what the all-time high is, but if this is really it, I don't know if this is a symbol name change. Probably a symbol name change. That's why it looks like an IPO of a couple of months ago. But so that's why it looks like the all-time high is around 6. So what was that one SLGC you guys were talking about that was halted and will resume? Is this it, or what's the symbol, guys? No, I'm only talking about moving higher with unusually strong options, Pete. SLGL, thank you. I don't get very many alerts from it, and that's why. All right, guys, we are going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. FLGC, well, let's keep an eye, see what happens once the market opens. As always, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. And it's yes, to form a joint venture with Averia, eyeing South American market. Okay, everybody, we're going to open in 1, 2, 0. We are now open. Now, there's a China stock, VIPS. running down. All right, OGen is still teasing right around that dollar mark. OGen, OGEN. Yeah, I'm hearing AHPI right here. I'm hearing it, AHPI. Yeah, no kidding, running. Look at this. Look at the volume that just came in. And what sort of room does it have? Again, it's early. Very low float, 3 million in the float. Next high looking left, it looks like around 771. Is that right? Yeah, so this has room. Let's see if it gets back over 7 and challenges this 771 area. Well, this is how I do it, Double. I mean, when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is. So I take where I got into the trade, I know where my stop is, subtract the 2, that'll give me the difference. I divide that into how much I'm willing to risk. I mean, it sounds a little convoluted, but so let's say I'm willing to risk $100 on a trade. If I had a 20-cent stop, I would divide 20 cents into $100, and that'll get me 500 shares. So, a lot of this is kind of done on the fly, but it's not as difficult as it sounds. But that's what I do anyway. All right, OSAT is on the move here, guys. OSAT, there's a nice little pop here. It did get up to, 840 in the pre-market. So it's on the move a little bit. But again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. That's why you'll see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. Here's a China stock getting beaten up here, Momo. Momo, man, this is not quite a lifetime low, but wow. Apple has earnings after hours today, don't they? July 27th post-market, yes. So Apple has earnings after hours today. All right, what's the market doing? So the Dow is down quite a bit. SPY is down. Tech is down. So as we speak, there is no disconnect. And DYAI just got halted on the way up, okay? DYAI got halted on the way up. It was a pre-market high way up here at 537 or so, 444 right now on the halt. Looks like we're going to have a decent open if you were in this one before it got halted. This F-Tech on the move here, guys. Look at the volume coming into F-Tech. Had a big pop after hours yesterday. Oh, gosh. last minute, please. Just put the last bit of my coffee in here. All right, guys. So yeah, so I even see TME had a nice pop. So a lot of these little China stocks, some not so little. So when you ask me, will I be using Holly? I use Holly as a watch list, Alan. Okay, so it's not like I take every trade. And plus, I personally like the trades under $20, but that's just me. Okay, so. Okay, AHPI. Wow, look at this one. It's just soaring here. There's the next high looking left is 771. Yeah, FLGC is halted on the way down. Yes. Mogu on the way down. I'm just looking at some of the high flyers in the pre-market. I see most of them just kind of drifting down. Suncor SU is it's an earnings play tomorrow, I guess, after hours, unless they released early. No, it doesn't look like they did, but it is on the way down, probably with many energy stocks. Well, let me just take a look at DYAI and see if it does have, yeah, so it may have unusual, but it, not that mad. So for this to show up in my scanner, my option scanner, first of all, it'll have to have at least 2,000 contracts. The percentage is great, that's fine, but it has to get up to 2,000 contracts for it to show up in my option, unusual option scanner. So I'm just going to wait to see what happens with that option scanner. So here's another pop for a China stock, BEKE. So there's some bottom fishers right now. Obviously, I mean, there's no question. I mean, there's no fundamental reason, of course, but and let's see, DYAI opened, and it opened not a huge pop from the halt. It halted at 463. In fact, it's a little bit below, well, in fact, it's dropping after the halt. 463 it was halted. Now, let's just see if it comes right back up. I'm going to stick an alert at 463, see if it comes right back up. ATIP reacting to all of those downgrades. All-time low. All right, guys, there it went, DYAI. So it took out that high. Very fast action on it. Market, first 15-minute candle, big red bar so far. All right, FLGC just opened, just resumed. Well, I'm going to reset my alert up in this area here for DYAI. It got up to around 5:30 in the pre-market. There's the news again. It's a virus play. Licensing agreement, technology transfer, licensing agreement, and virus is in the press release also. So that's all people really see, I think. Well, iGate is just, sinking, guys. I know some of you were wanting to go long that one. EYEG. So lots of volume, 19 million in the float. It's traded already 8 million, 985 times normal up to this point of the day. I know, I know, I know, PJ. Still whippy though. Let me just reset that alert. All right, Sigma. What about Sigma? Somebody's asking me in our YouTube room about Sigma. Well, there's no volume, so I don't, Abdullah, there's just no volume, so I don't know what you expect out of it. There's just no volume. I don't know what's going to happen with it. Low float, but there's zero volume. All right, DYAI, are you ready now? Yeah, Tesla had earnings after hours yesterday, didn't they? Tesla? Oh, I know they did. Okay, guys, DYAI. Oh, I didn't even realize it came in my option scanner. And BEKE also, of course, China stock. Just get through 5. Get through 5. How about the other one? What did it do? 24.55. Oh, sorry, 24.45 for BE. Now again, I'd say a little more risky because this is China. Let's see. Jack, Jakk. I know that Zach took Jack. And let's see, the next high over here is 1536, so it's a little less than $1 away. Come on. Sorry for being a shameless cheerleader for the DYAI. Again, it's just tossing and turning at that 5. Again, guys, the DYAI is full concentration for me. There's the high up here, 535 in the pre-market. It just got to... All right, how is BEKE doing? BEKE, again, a little reluctant. It is a... Wow, shouldn't have been reluctant at all. Look at this one, guys. 24.45 on the alert. 25.10 now from the option scanner. Again, I'm not trading the options. I trade the stock. It's just looking at stocks with abnormal option activity. All right, well, I'm going to just stick the alert. I've actually traded out of the DYAI for no gain. I'm just going to wait and see if it takes out 5, and then I'll probably hop back in it. I think if it takes out 5, it could have that run. So I'm going to have my alert set right about here, 507. No, okay, so Solomon, I mean, if you have our single stock window, we have a flag here, so that can tell you. You just have to be able to identify China flags, Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, if you want to lump them all together. Boy, it's still kind of flirting right around that 5 level for the DYAI. It's a low float, 19 million in the float, so you know it's going to be explosive one way or the other. All right, will it hold this time? You must be in a very, very old version of Trade Ideas, Solomon. Okay, so I would download a later version. We've had that flag here forever. Well, not forever, but for a long, long time now, months and months. So you must be in a very old version. It's not an option, it just appears, okay? All right, we have some. This was a meme stock. I don't know if it's they got a hold of it today. MOXC. So there are some China stocks that are popping. No question about it. MOXC. I see YQ. Believe is a China stock. Yeah, of course it's an education stock. No, that shouldn't be Solomon. If you what does it say with in the help and then about? I mean, this has been in production for a long time. The production version with the flag for a long time. Are you? Maybe you have to stretch your window out a little bit. That's all I can think of. Yeah, OLB is popping. OLB, the OLB group. I think that's too old. 4.2.182, I think. Although if you download the beta, then don't download the. I don't want you downloading the beta because it is the docking version, and you can download it once the market closes, so you can play around with it. But let me just see, refresh my memory, what the production version is. Yeah, well, if you don't have the flag, I don't know what to say. It's it's there in this version for sure. So you might have to go. You might have to go to not me tech support, but our full tech support. I have no idea why you don't see a flag. Now you're sure that it's just sometimes the flag is not available for whatever reason. But if you're cycling through a lot of different stocks and you're not seeing a flag, you're going to have to go to our tech support then. Sorry, I can't help you. All right, so OBS now again, they're not all created equal. So yes, OBSV showed up on the option scanner, but when I look at it, I see a ton of resistance not that far away. I mean, the alert was at 313. You look left, and I see 317. I see 320, 325. So it's not clean. Okay, so I'm not as interested in that one. Now, OLB would never show up. It doesn't trade volume or trade options, so it would never show up there. Look left on OLB, and the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 765. So Boy, is there news on OLB? OLB signs a letter of intent to acquire portfolio of CBD merch. Oh, okay, so this is a cannabis play. We are definitely getting a lot of bounces from the China stocks. For how long? That's exactly what happened yesterday. We had about 45 minutes of stocks moving higher before they finally started to sink again. Okay. And we have a halt for YQ now. YQ was halted. Wow, look at this. Look at the volume that came in. Well, no disputing the fact. I mean, this is a big float too. 186 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation for it to be moving 42%. Boy, this DYAI has been all over the place. All right, guys, just a minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. So that SLGL did nothing. I mean, it opened, popped up, I guess, after the halt, and then it just crashed. Well, it crashed down, but dropped a couple of dollars just like that. And MOXC, yeah, just got halted on, I'm sure this is halted on the way up. Shouldn't say I'm sure, but I'm sorry, it is halted on the way down. Whoa, wow, big halt on the way down. Well, it's halted, so right now, I mean, but again, China stock, guys, I don't know if the rest of them are doing that, but MLCO, guys, this is on the way down also. Another China stock. Hong Kong. Technically Hong Kong. Well, not technically Hong Kong. And YQ just resumed. YQ resumed. Now, is this shortable? It is shortable for me anyway. Interactive Brokers. What's the high looking left here? Is 177. So, I mean, I just don't believe that these things are going to continue. Now, again, I'm not telling anybody to short this. I'm just saying I don't believe that these China stocks, you know, they're having a great bounce and all, but man, oh man, okay, we have another halt. The OLB, okay, so this just resumed. OLB resumed. Ugh, look at this. Huh. So you got to be really nimble, guys, on these ones. Really nimble. Look at the float. Should have been all over this SKYT. This SKYT is just drifting down, down, down. What was the news on that one? I think it was pre-release. Yeah, preliminary results were released. Low float, 8 million. Had a little bit of a move down in the pre-market. There wasn't a lot of volume, but once the market opened, look at this. Wow, SKYT, just over and over and over. I have this on text to speech, text to voice, and he just keeps saying SKYT over and over and over again. I just can't chase it down. Or should I? What is the all-time low right here? So this is an IPO from back here, and the all-time low is 1425. So it still has room. There's really no support. Thou shalt not chase. I know, I know, I know. This DYAI is a hoot. Oh, I'm sure there are some people double doji. I would. I mean, it depends on the setups and all that. I don't have. But if you're talking about taking a look at the same stock every single day, I don't know. All right, virus stock, APT. Let's see, are you going to be able to maintain over 10? Really choppy on that daily. High yesterday was 1032. Zila did nothing once the market opened. In fact, it dropped, came up a little bit, but really did nothing. XELA, I know it had some news. Well, they say they've got strong growth. That was their news. OLB resuming again, resume after the halt on the way down. Oh, look at this ugly one, OEG. Just looking at some of these, I've got some plug, another one that is moving down, I believe. Plug, PLUG. I agree, very strange action. I'm just waiting to see if this, maybe now. This DYAI explodes through 5. I'm trying to have faith in my option scanner here. I already explained why I don't like the OBSV. The BEKE would have been a nice quick one, 24.45. Got up to what, about $1? Exactly like yesterday, guys. A lot of these China stocks, shouldn't say exactly, no. First 45 minutes, a lot of these were moving higher before they moved lower. I mean, it's a low float, 19 million, but it's not crazy low. You know, I mean, it's not like it's you know, 2 million or something. Can it hold over 5? Okay. Finally, guys, finally. Okay. No, I've traded some out. I don't trust it, completely. So I've traded some out. But that's the DYAI. And what did it hit? So it is above the pre-market high, I believe, 535. I mean, it's right there at the pre-market high. And after that, guys, I mean, take a look on the weekly. Let me see if I can find anything on the weekly. Next high is 580. So I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's the next high in the weekly chart is 580. Through the 200-day. You know what? I don't call myself an idiot. Well, I'm an idiot. I didn't realize the 200-day was right there. That's bad. Rookie mistake. Anyway, it is through the 200-day moving average now. That was probably stalling it for a while. All right, guys. Well, we have a winner. Definitely have a nice winner for the DYAI. Percentage-wise, it wasn't easy. Definitely was not easy. Whew. But guys, don't be afraid to trade it. I mean, I don't know where it's going. It's, as long as it holds that 200-day moving average, 523, that I know now. Can't believe I didn't realize it was there. You don't need a coupon code for lithium. No, it's only $11.11. So let me just. Time is at 10:16. You know what? I'm going to start. I'll start my little spiel. It won't be long, Zach. It won't be too long. Just want to talk a little bit about the test drive. All right, so I've just popped the test drive link in. So what does it mean? If you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So we're having a test drive, what we call a test drive. So for $11.11, you'll have 2 weeks of our full premium service. Okay, that is 10 trading days. It starts on August the 9th and it goes to August the 20th. All right, so when you sign up now, you're basically pre-registering. Okay, that's all you're doing. So please don't pester our support people. Say, hey, where's my data? You're not. It doesn't start until the 9th. So. But this is just you're just basically pre-registering. It'll cost you $11.11 for the 2 weeks. Once it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription or anything like that, okay? Once it's over, there'll be a nice promo code that you can use if you want to take out a subscription. But don't worry, we don't automatically put you into a subscription. Also open to our standard subscribers. You want to try our premium service out for a couple of weeks. It'll still cost you $11.11. So it's also open to our standard subscribers, okay? So hopefully that makes sense. my home page. All right, so here's my home page. Let me pop this into the, well, you don't have to put a coupon code, okay? There's a box there, but don't just disregard it, okay? All right, so there's my homepage link. Also in this trading room, the main trading room, there's my tab, which is, so it's available all the time right there if you click on my tab. Click on my homepage link and this is what you're going to see. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription right now if you want to. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. You don't have to have, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our AI, at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Here's our prices. Standard $118, premium is $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount to the first month only. All right, so if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay? More information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon. These are free. If you are a subscriber, this is the layout that I am sharing if you want it. This is the layout that I'm sharing. I also have a lot of individual scans that I've created, including my moving higher with unusually strong options that I stare at all day long. Okay, so I have individual scans that you can take a look at. So you might not necessarily want my layout, but again, individual scans are here. Big education section. The 20 lessons. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this. Talks about top lists, building them, creating alert windows, single stock window, on and on, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI. Okay. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can take a look at this also, just to get an idea about some of the basic features that we have. Daily support. So today is Tuesday. So Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. If you're interested in a little more advanced talking about Brokerage Plus and strategies, etc., then I'll pop the link in before I do go on my break. And I say Michael will be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. He's definitely an expert on using Brokerage Plus and creating strategies, backtesting and stuff like that, which I do not do. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Again, all free. Educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch, a bigger video about the AI. If you're new to trading, back to basics. Michael Noss created this also. What is a stock? I mean, it literally starts off with what is a stock? And we have some trading ebooks. Okay, so I go over this very quickly. The reason being, first of all, it would take a long time to go over it all in a lot more detail. But the reason is that all you have to do is save my link. So these two sections right here, the education and my scans, if you save my link, then you can take a look at this whenever you want. Okay? All right. Little briefly talk about what Trade Ideas is if you're new into the room. Well, you have to, okay, John, you just have to go to my homepage. Okay, and then the links are all there. Go to the scan section, my homepage, and all the links are there, okay? So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan I put together. Call it Basic New Highs and Lows. If I click on Configure, this is that's how you start. You know, you start off with some filters, kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular case, if stocks meet these filter requirements, you know, between 1 and 20, etc., and the stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. Actually got something going on here. I have to fix. I'm getting too many of the I should only see these ones in the basic new lows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, something's going on. Wow, look at DYAI, guys. Whew. As some would say, a little bit of patience. And again, there's that 200 day, the magic 200 day. Ah, that's why it's from the open. Okay, that's okay. So, one of the great things about Trade Ideas, you do not have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window and click on Configure, and then click on Search, here are all the alerts that we have. And here are all the filters that we have. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons. So, we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? No programming language to learn. And you don't even have to know how to create scans at the beginning. You can take my scans. As an example, you can take my scans, my layout, that gets you started. We have a channel bar here. Each one of these channels is theme based. Okay, so for instance, the momentum channel. And if you liked one of them, if you liked one of these scans, you know, you look at it says Momo. Okay, you look at it, you think, maybe I'd like that one. It's very simple. You just save it to the cloud. All right, and you can go into each themed based channel and start to extract Windows scans that you might like. And you just save them to the cloud. This is what I'm going to do. It's a little bit different in our doc, but that's okay. I'm just going to show you. So I'm going to save it into the cloud. So it's in the cloud. So imagine I went through every one of these and started extracting windows that I might like. And all you have to do is File, Load from Cloud. And bring them back. There's Momo right there. You could bring them back one at a time and create your own layout. So you didn't even have to know how this was created. So we try to make it very simple. I'll try. I mean, what I do, I've got something going on here that I might want to fix. I shouldn't say fix, but I will try, yes, if I can remember, Henry. These are just templates. I mean, this is what I like to see. You know, I always say it like this too. I mean, this is what I like to see. You know, 1 and 20. You, Henry, and all, you might have a different price range that you want to take a look at. You might have a different minimum volume that you want to take a look at. You might have a different, you know, percentage from the open that you want to take a look at. All right, this is just a template. That's all. That's why I'm giving them to you. It's not the be all and the end all. All right, guys. So. Yeah, oh yeah, the many in the room are looking at APG. So, talk about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. AI/Holly strategy trades window, that's the window that I would open. I wouldn't worry about anything else or concern yourself with anything else. You do that, this is the window you'll see. Okay? And then you can save this window. Never mind these two, they're just attached in this docking version that I've got. But this is the window that you'll see. And all you have to do then is load it, save it as part of your layout, and then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before the market opens, you just wait for the alerts to happen. That's all it is. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You notice there was a short, for BEKE. Now they're shorting. So shorting DYAI earlier. Okay, so how you trade these will be up to you. There's no video that says, okay, this is how you use the AI. I have a certain way to use it. I kind of like concentrating on stocks that are under $20, but that's just me. Okay, but you have an entry, you have a stop, and again, how you trade it will be up to you. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to demonstrate. You can take different windows from different channels, load them into the cloud, save them into the cloud, and then you bring them back one by one in order to create your layout, and then you save your layout with those windows. Does that make sense? That's exactly what I did. Let's go to another channel, go to the crypto channel. Okay, so before I went to the momentum channel, okay, so if I saw the biggest move up in 2 minutes, I thought that might be interesting, so I can just right click. Now, again, this is a little more, if you're on this is how you do it if you're using our dock version. You duplicate it into a free floating window. If you're not in the dock version, then it's just right click and save or share to cloud. There's just one more step if you're using our dock version. Now I right click and save or share to cloud, save. So I could go through each channel and do exactly what I just did. Okay, and then once I've completed that, then I just file, load from cloud, and then I just start loading them one by one, thereby creating a channel. Okay? No, sorry, a channel, a layout. Once you have your layout that you want, with the charts you want, and maybe some of the scans that you have extracted from the various channels, maybe some scans that you created on your own, then you just basically file, save or share to cloud. You click on tire, give your layout a name, and save it. Now I run through this pretty quickly, but most of this is covered in the 20 lessons. All right, guys. Well, totally out of the D. That is a tough one. DYAI did okay on it. Now, for instance, look at what the AI did. Okay, got into DYAI on a short at 539, exited not that 1013, got out 16 minutes later, in my opinion, for no reason. Okay, it was already moving down, so why get out? Okay, that's why we're saying, man and machine. You can, let the AI as the machine create the alerts for you, but how you handle those will be up to you. Yeah, the easy way to determine it is have our single stock window up and running, Bill, and it's always there. You can add it. Like this is in my layout. This is the single stock window that I share, but it's always there. I mean, you could add it to each column or you could add it as a column if you wanted. I just find it so easy. I mean, I always have my single stock window up, so I know where it is all the time. The other thing is I also have, I put it on my charts, my daily chart. That green line right there is the 200-day. Okay, so you can add it as a line on your daily chart, and if you have the single stock window, you can add it as a I mean, this is customizable. I mean, this is what I like to see. These are just filters. You can add whatever filters you want. Well, you have to add it, yeah. I mean, if it's just a matter of you right-click, configure. I mean, this is all customizable. Okay, these are just filters. So if you did a search on, say, 200, and there it is. Okay, there's the 200-day SMA. Okay, as an example, and you would just click show column. This is all customizable. Okay, makes sense? Meanwhile, CLS, I know you guys were talking about this one. Look at this one, popped right through the 200-day moving average also. All right, so double doji, we now have something called docking, okay, in the beta version. I wouldn't download it yet. I would do it after the market closes because it can kind of be a bit of a disruptor on your columns, okay? But notice what I can do. For instance, I've got here on my charts, my thumbnail charts on one of my other monitors. I've put them in a dock, what's called a dock window. Okay, what you see here is a big dock. So you can see how I can move everything around. Okay, so if you go to my home page and scroll up to where it says, let me just put it here. So if you go to my home page, find my home page tab right there, click on the link, and when you do that, scroll to the top where it says download software. And then if you scroll, keep scrolling down until you see the beta. Right here. That gives you, then that shows you how you can, or allows you to create these docked windows. Now if you don't want to do that, then what you can do, this is how I used to, before we had the docking version available, basically take your toolbar, put it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor, arrange all of your scans, all your trade ideas windows on your main monitor and on your other monitors, exactly where you want them, okay? And then, tools, options, you can see where it says layouts, check that, and open relative to main window and check that and save it. Then when you close trade ideas, and then reopen it, all your windows will be where you want them. Okay? So if you don't want to use the docking yet, that's what you can do. All right, guys, just a little explanation about this window you see here. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. I'm going to pop this in here, this link, 2 videos. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade your account. The first video shows you, it's a short video, shows you how you connect to E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. The second video goes into much more detail, okay? And in fact, if you have a lot of questions about this, today, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room, and he is definitely our expert on all of this, okay? Well, we have a Halts Resume Scanner HTS, okay? So go to my home page and go to the scan section. Click on my link here, or the tab, click on my link, and then one of the sections right here, my scans, is Halts Resumes. Okay? Now the other big reason for this, using this Brokerage Plus window, and it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available, is as a simulator, okay? So, you know, before you start trading, practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And the other thing, just in case you caught the tail end of what I was saying, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. That's all it means. You know, I don't use it. I mean, I trade from within IB. I just keep this on simulation mode. And really easy to do. You know, you just click on an alert. Symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. Yeah, so to zoom in on a chart, you left click on the chart just so the system knows what chart you're in. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then use your scroll wheel on your mouse to zoom in and out. Okay, so left click first, just so the trade ideas knows where you are, and then control key down, keep it pressed down, and then your scroll wheel, and that'll zoom in and out. All right, guys. Well, listen, I guess so far I was wrong. I mean, OBSV is now turning into a nice one from the option scanner. I guess there was not as much resistance as I thought. Wow. That's a great one. I mean, 313, now 333. I mean, that's a great percentage move. You know, I did not take that one. So again, you know, this room is not about my telling you what to buy or sell. You get these alerts, you have to discern, you know, we'll talk about things, and, you know, if it makes sense, then you take it. You know, I looked at the OBSV and I thought, you know what? 313, look at all this right here. I thought that might stall it. Not even close. So, now that is a big miss by me. And again, this is what I'm talking about here. I mean, this is my favorite scanner, bar none. 313. 346. That's a tremendous move. Morning, Real. Boy, if you asked me which one I thought was going to be the big winner from my scan, I would have said DYAI. It was an okay winner. It was just really, but look how much more smooth this one is. Oh, I'm sure it's going to turn into a short, but well. So just to demonstrate how you can use the simulator, let's just take a look at something that might make sense. But before I do that, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So the bottom line is, don't listen to me. Whew. OBSV. I think they use half a cent a share double. I think. So I think they use IB's. I think. Okay, let's take this trade off the bottom here. Let's just see, okay? I mean, this isn't a simulator. Would I do this? No, this looks terrible. It looks like it's going to keep going down, but I just want to show you how you can do it. I'm going to take 500 shares. What's the spread like? That's not bad. I'm going to buy it. right at the market. Took the trade, 390. Somebody asked me earlier, how do you share size? Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? So when you get into the trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it doesn't work. So what I did is I said, okay, 370, which was happens, okay, I blew it. It should have been 371. I wanted to make $100, but anyway. So let's pretend it was 371 instead of 391. So there's my stop. And why did I take 500 shares? If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, you take the entry minus your stop. Let's pretend it was 20 cents. You divide that into $100. That share sizes you. Okay? So it's very easy to use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. These are hotkeys, so if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade and I can flatten it. So that gets me out of the trade. I could have got out of half my position, or I could have doubled my position. If I leave this overnight, if I don't close it out at the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay, so it's really easy to do. I would really and highly recommend that before you commit money to the market, practice trading. And, you know, your stops, that's going to be the difficult thing. You know, if you hear me say, well, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work, you know, that's where practice is going to come in. You know, sizing up a chart, maybe looking at to see where there's a support area that if it broke down through that, you should be out of the trade, as an example. Now, we may have even removed the commission. I'm not sure. You know, there are a lot of E-Trade, of course, is free commission. IB is half a cent a share. I'm not really sure. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you know, in the simulator, I mean, this is just practicing trading, right? So. So again, you can see right off the bat here that that short by the AI was awesome for the DYAI, okay? Now, the only issue is, I know this was shortable earlier, it's not shortable now for me in Interactive Brokers. So, and I don't know if E-Trade had shorts. So I'm just pointing that out. That I mean, if you had an E-Trade or an IB account, and you were trying to short it, you might not have been able to short it at that time. I don't know. I know earlier there were definitely shorts available for DYAI. Okay, now here we go again. APT, so this just showed up in the scanner, in the options scanner. Now, here's my reluctance. 1028 is the high looking left. 1036, but it's over 10. Bit of a spread issue for it also. Not terrible, but I'm talking about the APT. Meanwhile, GPK, yes, I know you guys were talking about GPK, just new high after new high. It's actually an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything in the pre-market. But once the market opened, look at this. GPK is an earnings play. All right, guys. Well, there goes APT. There it goes, guys. APT on the move here. So that didn't really stall it. Let's see if it can take out 1038. It's got a ton of room if it takes out 1038. Boy, at some point this is going to turn into a short. TPK. Way above the channel as I see it on the 30-minute anyway. Not above the 5-minute Bollinger Band though. Huh. And look at this. It showed up in the option scanner. Just showed up. Why? It just, my minimum is 2,000 contracts, so it's just sneaking in now. Well, let's see if we get a bit of a base here for GPK. There's actually a red bar, sort of a red bar ignored here on the 5-minute chart. Maybe a little base. I know it's way outside the channel, but it's not outside, I guess, the 5-minute Bollinger Band. Not yet, anyway. I don't know about that one, John. I know the TTM, but I don't have one. I don't know if we do have one. You might, if you want, you can go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask. Maybe one of the other traders has something that they've created that somewhat duplicates it. I know I don't have it. Oh, just a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening on those thumbnail charts. The other thing is that, you know, like we've seen now for, I believe, several months now, we get lots of action in the afternoon. You know, it doesn't, I don't mean hundreds of stocks, but we get, you know, maybe 3 or 4 stocks that really have nice trends in the afternoon. So I'm going to kind of wait around for that. Time is at 11 o'clock now, so we've got a couple hours before that might start. All right, so APT, very, I mean, choppy. I mean, look at this. So now the trick is maybe put an alert up around here. I'm going to do that. Around 10:20 or so, put an alert up here. See if we can take this out and then that out. If it can take if it can take out these two highs, I mean, obviously it's got room. Okay, kind of like that. Okay, wow. I mean, listen, guys. I mean, it's whippy but working. Contact Kelly, okay? Okay. HAS. And make sure you give her your email address so she can look up your account. All right, is this just basing GPK for this next leg up, or is it finally going to start falling? This is an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. It's a big float, 300 million in the float, so it's a huge float. But, you know, you look left and look at the room it's got. You know, look at that daily. The next high is 1922. I mean, that's not bad from 1871. If it can get over 19 and even challenge here. But things have really settled down now, for me anyway, in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. CERC. Man, look at all this. I mean, this is not usually this active. The basic new highs and lows, not usually this active. Especially on the upside and with the market. Actually, the market, well, look at tech. Oh boy, now there's a disconnect. You know, I mean, the Dow is down and SPY is down, but look how much tech is down. Big disconnect. Let's just take a look at the sector status. And we'll just sort of see what is happening overall in the market. So that's what you look at tech. I mean, 86% of the stocks making up XLK are down for the day. Financials are having a good day. Look at financials. 77 are up. Consumer staples. So it's interesting. You know, you'd think the market was like, but there are some good sectors. Communications down. Tech is down. That makes sense. Energy is still getting thumped. But financials, utilities, real estate, consumer staples, healthcare is not terrible. Materials, interesting. Industrials, I mean, so what's dragging them? I mean, look at tech. Tech is just dragging it down. So the interesting thing is, okay, you look at, you know, FFIV, and for whatever reason, it's up. It might be, is it an earnings play? Yeah, so this is an earnings play. So you can see that, you know, even though tech is being hit, FFIV up for the day because it's an earnings play, and obviously the reaction is good. So if you want the ability to do this and have your layout remain without it being replaced or disappearing, you have to have our latest dock version, okay? The latest beta, go to the home page and go to the download and then go to the beta. Then you can cruise through all of these different channels, take a look at them during the day. Your layout will not disappear. Shoot, I was gonna mention LCID. I have this thing thumbnailed, and I was watching this little action right there. So it's a nice little move. Of course, this was the CCIV until yesterday, and it officially became Lucid Motors. Theoretically, a challenge maybe to Tesla. I mean, that's how they're billing it. More luxury vehicle. Yeah, the SKYT makes another new low. I mean, here's the all-time low, 1425. Wow, I mean, this is just getting crushed here. SKYT, again, I think it's preliminary results. It's not an earnings play officially, but I guess they decided to release some preliminary results. And look at the reaction to that. 40%. TME, guys, I mean, this is almost an all-time low. China stock, of course. TME, almost an all-time low. All-time low looks like it's right here. I'm sorry, that's 922. I was looking here, 974. So that's the next low looking left. The all-time low looks like 922. Boy, this has been a bust. The RLMD. Is it gone? I mean, look at this one, guys. So this was halted pre-market. Had some, looked like pretty good news. Phase 3 got all the way up to $41. I mean, this could go negative. I mean, it's only up 58 cents now. Well, not an easy hold, but APT is still moving. Got a bit of a spread issue, 7 cents or so. All right, really keep an eye on GPK. I mean, it's basing nicely now. You know, we had the alert from the scanner at 1872, so it's still hanging in there. It's an earnings play, so we know it's going to be active all day along. You know, it's kind of basing on, I mean, wait a minute, are we moving? Just see we move out of here with some volume. Need volume, guys. Need a big volume push. You want like a volume bar, like something like this one here in the 2, or well, obviously something like that on the 5 minute to push it right through for GPK. Meanwhile, the one I said I will not chase is still moving down. SKYT. All right, guys. Oh, ALNA. What's ALNA doing? ALNA? Oh, sorry. Cheap one. Well, some of you might like it. ALNA. For whatever reason, it is moving. But I am not getting too many new alerts now. You guys were talking about that Zila earlier. Yeah, this is, look how choppy it is on the 5-minute chart. Up, down, topping tail, bottoming tail. Just very, very choppy, difficult. 15-minute chart. Look at this, chopping. Nothing, not a smooth trend. All right, okay, guys. Here is an IPO just launched. CADL IPO just launched. So yeah, again, this has to be wrong. So they have revised downwards a lot of these. I had 6.1 million at between 13 and 15. So they have obviously revised this way down. I cannot believe this opens up at 8 when they were expecting 13 to 15. I mean, it can happen, but boy. Let me just do a quick check. IPO calendar and yeah, 9 million at $8. 9 million at $8. So they really revised that one. You know, guys, I'm getting way too many alerts here on the low side here. We'd have to do a revision. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I just don't want as many. Okay, guys, GPK. I mean, this is a great consolidation now for GPK. All we're really waiting for is to get some volume to push it up. You can see right here, there's the high of it's 1879 for GPK. I mean, it's inching. Again, not easy. APT wasn't easy. I mean, with these bottoming tails and topping tails, but you know, we got the alert at 10:05, 10:54. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I know I'm nagging here, but keep an eye on the GPK. I mean, this is really basing nicely now on the 5, on the 2. I just need volume. Just need volume to push it through. Now, it may drop. Don't get me wrong. It may drop. And if it drops on volume, fine. We can turn around and short it. But oof, look at this one. ABCL just tanking here. All-time low, ABCL had a little pop in the pre-market, but just moving down, ABCL. Again, an all-time low, nothing's holding it up now. Look, cutest. I know Siri had earnings, right? I don't, CJ. I mean, if you want to, you can. I don't. Somebody asked this in the YouTube room. Once a stock shows up on the scanner, is it important to dig into the nature of the options? Well, first of all, I don't look at. I mean, I don't. But doesn't mean you shouldn't. Yeah, we're not trading options, okay? I'm trading the stock. I'm not trading the options. It's just alerting me that there's unusual option activity. Just another way of looking at a situation where there's abnormal activity happening. In this case, I'm zeroing in on the abnormal option activity. I'm not trading the options, though. I mean, some might, who are option players or traders, but I'm not. All right, I'm watching this ABCL actually. See this little pop here, if this holds it and then starts moving down, ABCL. Boy, DYAI just getting slammed here now. Great alert from the AI today. 20% right now. Becca, do you hear her? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, big SPY drop now. Tech leading the way. I'm surprised financials and things like that were up with the Dow being down. She's a little further away. That's why. One thing hindering this one is the relative volume. Probably it's not trading that abnormally, ABCL. All right, guys, I'm trying to focus on something else. Let's stick an alert down here, see if it takes that out later on, ABCL. All right, guys. Well, look, GPK is starting to fade. However, you look here. Here's that rising 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. I mean, if it pierces this 20 SMA, hey, this could give us the sign that it's going to go higher. Could. NNVC, halted, yes. NNVC just got halted, NNVC. It's a real mention it just a little while ago. NNVC just got halted and it is shortable too. So it could be interesting. Interactive Brokers has shorts. 332,000 of them. You know it did not do well. SLGL, it got halted. It looked like the news was okay. Popped way up here, 14, is right back down here, 12. Basically, it's gone negative. I mean, well, this is starting to drift down. I mean, it's GPK, even though there's that ADMA rising, but it may not look at the volume, and volume came in, guys. So this may be actually the sign it's going to move down. I mean, it's obviously moving down a little bit here, GPK, but look at the volume that came in, selling volume. All right, guys, just one moment, please, as I exchange headsets. Tons of them. And NVC, yeah, I think I said 300,000 shares, 293,000 right now. Oh, I don't know how he does it, KR. No idea. I don't know how he does it. I haven't seen. Oh, he's on vacation. I just on vacation, but I don't know how he does it. Somebody asked how to auto trade a halt. I mean, I have an idea, but I mean, I'm certainly not going to. That's very risky. So Diego, it is one of the. Let me just make sure of that. Give me a moment. No, there it is. Yeah. So yes. So if you go to my home page and click on the scan section, the single stock window that you see here should be this one. Okay. So just yeah, okay, good. So you know how to get there. Good. Not really, KR. What happens is, I mean, you know, it's almost we got an alert. I mean, Real pointed this one out, and I'm sure this. Yeah, I mean, there it was, NNVC. You see something like this happening, you can almost rest assured it's going to get halted. Okay, you know, it got halted at what time? 5:11. You can almost rest assured it's going to get halted. But you know, is it 100%? No. Oh, David, I have no idea. I have no idea. Chaos at the border, no idea. And you're talking North Bay in Ontario, so I don't know what's happening you know, I'm in BC, so I have no idea. All right, well, GPK, you know, okay, that ADMA held. I don't know. It's maybe just not going to do it. I mean, that was a lot of volume for a very little move. No, I'm in Vancouver. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:37. So what I'm going to do is, okay, just confirm that Michael will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, I did confirm that. So if you have Brokerage Plus questions, save them for when he gets in. And what I'll do is I'll pop the YouTube link in. I mean, I'm still going to be here, of course, until right before noon. But if you want to head over there while I'm on, I'm going to say vacation, while I'm on break, you can head over there. Ogen, wasn't that, is it over $1? If it's under $1, I have no, I know I mentioned it this morning. Yeah, I just, listen, I mean, anything can happen. I know I say that often. Anything can happen. It's huge volume. It's traded the float. I've no way of knowing. I mean, this is it's a virus play. But look, I mean, look what it's done. I mean, it's chopping up and down, up and down. You know, I guess if you got a huge amount of volume and popped it through one, it could have a run. But other than that, I really don't know. I don't like anything under $1. Just that's just been personal. That's just a personal. Look at TME, guys. Wow, this is just disaster for TME. Well, I'll show you Holly. Yeah, I mean this is what Holly has done so far. Had a short of DYA, couple of good ones. Obviously, this is down 24%. This is down 5.5%. The rest of them, nothing really shaking. But that's what the AI has done today. If Alan, if you're interested in, I don't know, let me just put the test drive link in, okay? Because this might be something you're going to be interested in. The test drive starts on August the 9th. All right, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll find. So it starts on August 9th. The 20th, you'll have access to our full service, including the AI, Holly, for $11.11 for the 2 weeks, okay? That's 10 trading days. So if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. No data until the 9th. That's when it starts and ends. Cannot be adjusted. Okay? So that might be something you want to do. Oh, you're already signed up. Okay. To get the dock layout, you have to click on my homepage tab. All right. When you do that, there's my link right there. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Just scroll to the top where it says download software. All right. Click on the download software and then scroll down until you see this beta. Now, I do have a video that explains docking, okay? So I'm going to pop that in here. So anybody who wants to, I wouldn't do it now, okay? I would wait till the market closes because it's probably going to mess up your column widths and things like that. So it takes a little bit of adjustment to get used to it. So I would not do it right now. Okay, but here is the, creating a dock. There's a video. All right, guys, GPK made a little bit of a break here. I agree, William. I think that any one of those China stocks that had the pops and here they had the pop. This is another short from the AI, working out really well. So, what do you mean by the best software for a beginner? I mean, if you're talking about, I mean, obviously I'm biased if you're talking about a scanner, you're in a Trade Ideas room. So, I mean, the scanner is Trade Ideas. As far as a broker is concerned, I don't know. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers up in Canada. In Canada, I'm Canadian, so I use Interactive Brokers. But if you're talking, so I don't know what you mean by the best software. So again, DS, do you mean the best broker? And I can't say that IB is the best. I don't know if they have a minimum. But the Questrade and Disnat are all in Canada. I mean, they work. So again, I don't know what you mean by the best software. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I can't help you there. I don't know I don't know if I know of Wealth Simple, but I can't really help you there. No, it's okay. No, it's okay to ask. I mean, I just don't know though. I mean, it's going to be tough to trade if you have a very, very little account in the first place. So obviously something to be aware of. Well, ABCL actually turned right around. I was actually almost going to short this one, but it turned right around. Almost going to short this one. I thought, okay, all-time low. Could just drift down. Market's terrible. Not terrible, but I mean, market is down. Yeah, this is somebody asking in the YouTube room. RLMD, man, oh man, guys, look at this. I think it's gone negative. It's gone negative. RLMD. At one point in the pre-market, this was a $41 stock. $24 right now. Well, I'm going to be taking my break in about 10 minutes, and then after that, hopefully around 1 o'clock, between 1 and 1:15, we start getting some action from some of these ones that will start moving again, or something that is brand new. Mm. Boy, this IG, wow. I mean, look at the action this had after hours yesterday. Big pop all the way up to 10, basically $10, more than cut in half now. I had somebody ask me actually, should I be swinging this one? First of all, I don't give any advice like that, but 6 million in the float, you're going to swing I mean, this could go negative. Wouldn't surprise me if this actually went negative. MOXC. Well, anything China, look, anything China. Yeah, all these bottoming tails, but that's way down here, $14. So, but yeah, I mean, well, of course you're looking at the 15, I guess. 14 on the daily chart. I mean, it's at 1363. But anything China, I mean, yeah, could they bounce a little bit? Yes, but I mean, look what it did in the pre-market. Sorry, not the pre-market. This is when the market opened. A lot of the China stocks did exactly this, and then reality, boom. Of course, it got halted on the way down. So I don't really know if I've answered. But there's the bottoming tail right there, 14. You're giving up $1. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. Just got to wait for Michael now to show up. Oh, I have no idea how much is trading in Holy Grail. It's up to you. Okay, I think it's 100 shares. But it's up to you. I think the let's take a look. AI share. I mean, he says it might be $100. I don't know what it's trading. If it's 100 shares per trade, or if it's based on the risk. I wouldn't even worry about that. Okay. All I would do is this. If you have not the AI, okay, you don't have the AI version. I wouldn't worry about anything like that. I would just see what the entry is. Here's your stop. Manage the trade on your own. Okay. I mean, whether it's 100 shares or whether it's based on $100 per risk, I mean, that's totally up to you. And you're also talking auto trading, which we don't recommend. But if you want a more detailed, Michael will be there in about 3 or 4 minutes, okay? You want a little more detail about that, you can ask him, okay? I just don't even pay attention to that sort of thing. All I look at is, okay, I have an entry. I don't have to get in right at the time. I have a stop, and then I'll manage the trade as I see fit. Keep an eye on AYTU, guys. AYTU is maybe trying to make a little bit of a bounce here. This was a high flyer in the pre-market. Got slammed down, got all the way up to 460. This could be one of those that starts sort of has a resurrection in the afternoon. I mean, it's a little early right now, but it is having a bit of a pop here. I mean, it's actually went negative, but remember, at one point, this was way up here at 460. In the pre-market. Yeah, I don't know about RLMD. I mean, that's a pretty devastating drop. I mean, look, I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but that's a pretty devastating drop. I mean, it was phase 3 results. I think that's what Zach said. So. But I mean, the market is just saying, you know what? It's either that the drug is just going to be ridiculously expensive or there's not a big market for it. I don't know. I didn't read it. I didn't read the press release. But if you, I mean, I mean, this looks like it's going to keep falling. I mean, this is really, this is a very strange reaction. All right, well, this is not doing anything. The GPK, I actually thought maybe once it got into the 80s, it would start to run a bit, but it's really not doing much. All right, Michael has started, guys, so I will be taking my break now. Okay, Michael, thank you. I'll stop streaming right now.
Okay, let's test the sound out there. That worked. And now let's go hit that button. And then we'll go over there. And that seemed to have worked as well. So last but not least, I need some music. All right, now I lost my chat. There we go. Jeez, too many tabs. You can get just the issue. The more powerful your computer is, the more tabs you have open, the more everything gets lost. So, everyone, if you guys are new here, I always do this little speech. But basically, what we are doing here every day is we take a little bit of time and give Barry some much needed time off, and we open the chat up to questions. So, for the next hour, I'll be sitting here waffling on about random stuff until one of you people are nice enough to ask a question about the software or, trading in general or anything like that. If you don't know me, my name's Michael. I'll be Stats Edge Trading here in chat. I'll write hi because that's my just personal YouTube channel, which I'm logged in as. I do a lot of the math stuff at Trade Ideas, I think is the easiest way to do it. I'm your resident math nerd. So, algorithmic trading, AI strategy development, and implementation and improvements and that type of thing. The TI strength alerts, that was my baby as well, things like that. But I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006 and have been a trader since then as well. So I'm pretty sure I should be able to help you out with whatever you guys need, but that's kind of my area of focus. Okay, there we go. I am all set up and good to go. So, pretty boring day so far in the markets. We have the SPY just kind of, it's down a little bit, but really just kind of chopping around. If you take a look here on the daily, right, you can see we might just be coming to retest the low of this island and maybe this breakout point here. I'm looking more at the IWM right now. Little bit relative strength on this one. Just, not on a percentage basis, but just looking at the intraday move, which I think is a little bit more interesting just because that's a little bit more telling of kind of the overall market, whereas the SPY is like 25%, just a handful of stocks. So, hey, Mike C. Hey, Grant, how's it going? But overall, just a kind of a slow day. I'm actually loading up my news thing here to see if we have anything on the go that maybe the market's waiting for, or whether that's just it's just summer, which it could be. We have GDP tomorrow, advanced GDP, and we have unemployment claims, and we have pending home sales. So yeah, tomorrow could be a big news day. So maybe everyone's taking a bit of a nap today. On Thursday, or is that Friday? Oh, that's Friday. We have GDP, and core PCE price index. So that's interesting. So yeah, a bunch of news comes out. Oh, and Wednesday, duh. Wednesday's the FOMC statement. So a Tuesday right before FOMC to be this slow kind of makes sense, right? Yeah, Chinese taking away the joy. Yeah, they're really tanking their market there. That's for sure. You need confidence of traders and investors, and you're getting that taken away every time they come in and step in and do some stuff like they're doing. I have TI so far, never got the AI version, but I do see it shows gains. What type of gains are based off money wise? How much is it trading with? That's all up to you, right? So, right now, the numbers you're seeing here are based on my individual settings where you can go into tools, options, and you get this little. Now, if you don't have the AI version, this might be missing or grayed out, but you can select based off your size. So right now I have everything so it's based off a stop loss of risking $200 per trade. For example, you can customize it based off your account size. So, say you wanted to put 1,000 on every trade because you have a smaller account, and you hit save and it will just take a second for everything to update. And then all of those numbers will now update based off of this is, what would happen if I put 1,000 in each trade. It's up $200, and there's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 10 trades, so yeah, it'd be $10,000, right? You'd be in. So yeah, so you can do it. I think the numbers here on the side are based on 100 shares. So you just have to back through a little bit of math, but it's we make it customizable because we know everybody has a different account size and they have different trading goals and all of this. It wouldn't make sense to do kind of a one size fits all type solution. Yeah, I don't know why China's tanking their market like that. I know we're getting a little bit of movement in the SPY here. That's interesting. I'm sure they've got some kind of plan. So, what am I watching today? What's going on here in the market? Just bringing up on another monitor, just my watch list here. Because I got to say, there is not a lot going on. If anyone's been following me, I've been doing this experiment the last little bit where I'm only really entering and managing all of my swings in the last hour of the day and just sitting out the rest of the market. We can look at some stuff here. I'm looking at, from the strength alerts a little bit ago, there was XXII, and that was a fine trade for what it was, but ever since then it's been pulling down. It's been kind of fighting its 200-day moving average, you can see here. So I've got my eyes on this one to see if, I think I may have mentioned, I can never remember, in the last meeting that I picked some up around 3, just because that was this point right here, and it put in a little bottoming tail right there, so I'm in a little bit over 3. But now it's coming back to test its rising 200-day moving average. So I'm going to be interested to see if I can pick some up, maybe add to a little bit there if we get a bounce off of that. I just like the look, like the real long-term look of the name. It's obviously super strong. If you could have nailed this last pullback at 2, you could have gotten from 2 to 6. So I'm just wondering, maybe 3, maybe it takes another shot there. So I'm just trying to time this kind of pullback entry. Other than that, strength alerts last week worked great. This week they're kind of choppy. I'm doing some work to the algorithm in the offside just for some feedback that we got. Akamai is got to be the best looking one. It had this crazy topping tail day on that day last week where basically they tanked the entire internet for a period of time. I don't know if you guys remember, but like everything was down for a couple hours there. Turns out that was Akamai. They're blaming it on a software update, which is just hilarious because we've all been there, right? You're ready to get to work, and Windows is like, hey, you got to update it now, and that update breaks everything. But at least it only breaks our computers, where in this case, they seem to have broken the entire internet. But market doesn't seem to care because after that popped up and came up on the strength alerts right here. And ever since then, it's been just chopping sideways. So if I can get a close over 120 on Akamai, that's what I'm interested in. And that's one of the main reasons, like if you look at the two topping tails here, that's one of the main reasons I'm starting to look at my swings on a closing only basis is, right, 120, 120. And it's, that's obviously the number to look at, but it's getting above that and then sellers are coming in. So that's why I think I'm going to start just adding more weight to the closing values. What else do I got going here? BKI I'm in. That's doing pretty well. In from around here. I just took off part profits today on this gap up. RCAT. Yeah, I'm trying to play more pullback plays. So RCAT, I actually picked some up here on this pullback 2 days ago, I think, but I'm about flat on the position total. So if we get a bounce from here, I may add in, but I just like this big strong push up and then pull back to the 20-day moving average, which is also your breakout point. Same time for the same kind of thing, I'm watching FTech just because it had a big bit of news yesterday. So it had a big breakout and now it's pulling back into the support area. So I'm looking to see if we can get a close at or above 2. I'm going to take a look at that just to see if that news carries forward. I think it was new contracts, which, new contracts are just, in my mind, generally just 100% bullish, right? Because it's not like an analyst estimate where the analyst is, saying, hey, I think this stock is worth a bunch. If you're getting contracts, then that means somebody is paying you to do whatever it is that you do, which has got to be, it's got to be what you're looking for, right? So what are you guys watching today? What's going on there? I know I'm a swing trader and I know most of you guys are day traders, so that's obvious usually a bit of an issue, but um well, Grant, what I'm doing right now with this experiment, and this is something I like to do a lot. I do this a lot where I have the I've got my own core. I've got intraday trading robots, right, that do that kind of trading. Uh, I've got swing trading strategies that work for me, and I know how they work, and all of that's fine. But then I always try to tweak, you know, uh, things, right? I always like to play these little experiments. So for a 1 month period, basically my game plan is to ignore um, everything except the closing price, and that's it. Uh, and just see, and then record that versus kind of last month's or the month's return before, and then I just go through and I say, hey, this is what happened if I only focus in the last hour. And so far my experience with it is that I'm missing some stuff that I'll scan for the night before, because I'm very much my routine is I sit down after the market's closed. I go through my charts. I figure out what I think about the markets. I find a couple names for the next day. I do that YouTube video. So if you guys don't know, I do this thing where I do one under 60-second video. I'll send you a link to the playlist every night of just a stock that I'm interested in the next day. And then from there, I just go through and before I would sit down kind of on the market open and watch those names. But I noticed that, especially in this market that I think we've all noticed has been a little bit choppier than normal, the I was getting into trades quite frequently, and then they weren't closing anywhere near where I was interested in at them. So I was actually just getting right back out, because if they're not going to close above the resistance I'm looking for or near the support I'm looking for, then I'm not interested. So I just kind of did a couple experiments, and I've been back testing this for a very long time. The Where I basically went through and I built a couple strategies and algorithms and things that seemed to work if you entered in the last hour of the day and then traded that until the next one. What I found was that it was, again, you miss some stuff by doing it, but then at the same time, I'm getting chopped out way less. So then that's the trade off. So you have to figure out what that particular trade off for you is going to be like. So that's where I'm sitting right now, where I basically gave myself a kind of mid July to end of August. I'm only going to look at that at the last hour of the day. So that's kind of what I check out there. And again, so far it's been great. I've been way more productive throughout the day. I've got way more energy at the end of the day, and my returns have been great. So no complaints. So there's been some questions while I did that rant, which was perfect. So what time frame do I normally look for? Yeah, so daily, and for me, I'm just focusing on the closing price of the day. Where did the strength alert scores go to? Not too sure what you mean there. If you could just, elaborate on that a bit, Brian, that'd be great. That if you're talking about the score, the TI Strength Index, that's right there. You can add that or remove that from any scan you want just by configuring it and looking for score. What's my thoughts on NRXP? Ugh, no, not interested in that. Pharmaceutical companies got a massive range on it. For a day trader, that might be great. For a swing trader, just no. GPK. I would just look at something like GPK and say I missed it. Maybe if you get a pullback into like 18.25, maybe that'd be where I'd be interested in. It looks like it had earnings this morning and that caused the rip. So I couldn't chase a stock up 6% in a day. It's just me. NKTX. Oh, that's a nice looking one. I like the look of that. It's coiling nicely. It's got earnings a long way out. It's at this support area. I like that one. I'm actually going to write that down. Let's add this to let's just do that with it and create a price alert. But I also want to make a note because I always forget. If I don't write it down on my little iPad here, I forget. TX. Yeah, I like to look that one. I'll have to look at it a bit more. Would I share my YouTube channel? Sure. It's just .youtube.com. I have to contact YouTube about changing the name to Stats Edge Trading. But I think if you search Stats Edge Trading in Google, it's there. Is there a webpage book video on how to trade the strength alerts? Well, we have members, or we have an introduction video, but it's kind of important to note we're not with email newsletters. We have to be careful. We can't, recommend how you trade anything. What I can say is that just like anything, you should build a trading plan around and understand that these symbols are stronger than normal, right? That's just how they operate. So trade them as you would think that it would kind of make the most sense for you. So what I do is I just note in the email itself, but in the trying to find this. We have definitely one channel. So the algorithm was designed basically on opening to opening or closing to closing Monday. It doesn't really seem to matter that much. But I wouldn't be. Here it is. Oh, that's a webinar. That's an ad. Why can't I find this? There's an educational webinar. That might be a good place to get you started. But like anything, you should build a trading plan around it. Say, I'm going to enter for this reason or exit for that reason or do whatever. We can go and play with that, right? Because it's, again, the way I look at, I guess what I'm trying to get to is the way I look at algorithms are guides. It's like how Google Maps is a guide to get you around, but that's not all you would use, right? You would learn how to drive and all of that. And that's the same with this. So I use the TI strength alerts as an algorithm to say, okay, these have a statistical advantage of moving higher more than lower. However, it's up to me as a trader to try to time my exit, my entries, and try to figure out where I should put stop losses and how much I want to risk per trade and all of that kind of thing as well. In Brokerage Plus, if you set up a strategy with a sizing of $100 risk value, do you have to have a stop loss? Well, yeah, because it has no other way to know what you're risking, right? You need to have a stop loss there because that's where it does the math to risk. Otherwise, what would it base that $100 off of, right? How about something like... Yep, no problem. How can I remove an indicator? Just right click and under indicators, just go into the edit tab up here and then just highlight whichever one you want to remove and just hit the remove button. And then there you go. You can see I just took off volume on there. So it's this little tab. It's kind of hidden there, but it's this little tab kind of right under this area right here. Do we have historical performance data? Yeah, so we have it. If I just Google trade ideas, AI performance data somewhere. AI performance. These are updated, I think, about every 6 months or so. Where is the correct tab? There. Check that out. Do you have a group in any app? Just go to my website or go to the channel I gave you there and take a look around. There'll be some information about that. What about NIO? Where do you see the next resistance? Old Neo. Jeez. So that's right. We're obviously in a downtrend here. And we got a low and then high and then a lower low. I don't know, maybe look at this area that I drew in about 35 and go from there. Why can't they have a Google sheet? Well, we don't want to publish all of the proprietary trades open to the world where anyone could take and modify them. I guess another question would be, how would that, like, what are you looking to do with that? Like, how would that make you more money if you had a Google spreadsheet? And why couldn't you just build your own just by copying and pasting it out of the system, I guess would be the main question. Because maybe what you're trying to do, we can figure out a way to do for you without exposing that to everything. So how is it going to make you more money in the grand scheme of things? Because yeah, you can always just take this data and you can just, right, copy it out, open a Google Doc and paste it in. So you could theoretically build your own. Well, if you're trying to use historical data for that, that doesn't make any sense just because of the way the back end AI works, right? Every strategy is completely different every single day, right? So the topping formation you see today is not even remotely related to the one you saw yesterday or the day before or the day before that or anything. So I wouldn't even trust those numbers because what you're looking at is different. But again, you could just do that yourself if you thought that, if you don't believe me and you want to change those numbers around, just, right, you can go back 64 days and just take them, copy and paste the information and go from there. That's the beauty of it, is we give you everything you need if you want to go through and manipulate it. I would argue that that's not something that I would do. Just because, right, the whole point of the AI is that it takes these strategies and it changes them. So there's periods of time where strategies perform great, and there's periods of time where they don't perform as well. But the whole point is that it constantly re-ups and updates them and changes and does all that kind of stuff. So that every day you're basically getting something new, even though it has the same name attached to it. It's a different kind of strategy at its core. Which risk pays off the best per trade, number of shares? I generally think dollar dollar per trade probably pays off the best, but then you have the most round of whippiness, which I don't like. So I take that and I say I want to do a constant risk per trade just so that I always know. It helps control fluctuations. And then also, right, I'm not going to, solely focus on something like that, right? Because it's one of those things that, like always, like with anything, with the AI, we suggest that you have your own trading plan that you adjust and change based off what you see. So when it comes to the AI, that's my focus, is I always compare what did I do with the AI compared to what the AI did. Like, so for example, this stop on HTNT was just way too tight for me. So I didn't take this one, but if I did, I would kind of put in a note that that's something that I think would need to be adjusted. So, for example, today I only took, I think, because I essentially just trade Neo because it's the one that I built. So I'm kind of biased and I like the concept of it only looking at the crazy stuff. And I know I took AXTA and there was one more, I'm trying to look, BNR. Right, so then BNR I took, but that stop's too tight for me. And again, we may look to widen these up a bit, but I put my stop at the high of the day there. It was still a bad trade, but it's just that's my trading plan, is I want to give these things more room to work. And then with AXTA, I liked the stop placement on this one much better, so I just put it down there, and that was a great little move from that one. So take them, make them your own, right? An algorithm, regardless of whether it's an AI algorithm or a one you make yourself or whatever, should be a guide that you're able to then change some things, because otherwise, what's the, if an AI could, or if an algorithm could just beat the market every day without any sort of intervention, then you think Google or DeepMind or one of these guys would be way into it. So for me, these are guides that I can kind of put with my trading prowess. What's my thoughts on spot? Oh, there's that NKTX. I put in a price alert. I got too many price alerts. Let me get rid of these. Oh yeah, pop through there. A little extended on the day. Almost, 10% from the lows here. Nice double bottoming tail, which is nice though. Look at spot. Downtrend on spot below its 50-day. So I don't see anything there other than a stock that's falling. I'm an Apple Music guy too, so they might kick me out of Apple Music if I invest in spot. I'm a very simple trader. I'm a trend guy. I really like either buying things when the trends are reversing and showing that they're going to be upward trends, or I like buying things in already established trends. I just personally don't see, have never found a whole lot of value in top or bottom fishing. It just hasn't worked for me. Now, you certainly can do it. There are definite strategies out there for that, and there are people that do that and do well. I'm not that guy. I just like to look at, so like, for example, I'm looking at this IRWD, right? Big push up, nice little pullback, and now we're almost about to make a new high, which would kind of confirm this uptrend, and we're putting in this nice tight base in here. So I'm watching this let me move it to the bigger chart, IRWD. I'm watching this more in kind of the longer term, because this is something a little bit more interesting for me as a trade, where you can see we've broken out of this base we've been in kind of forever. and then it came back to retest that base and then kind of popped up, and now it's kind of putting in this nice tight flag here where each day is kind of consolidating, and we've got a doji here and here and here. So we're just kind of watching this one just to see, right, if we can break from here. That'd be interesting. This is a slow mover though. This is not, not one of those stocks that you're going to make a double on, tomorrow type of thing. So that's just a little bit more of what I'm after. The theory just being is that, the most amount of, academic studies and math and all of this stuff that's gone on with trading has shown that trends persist way longer than people think trends persist, right? So, you can get larger moves than one would think, and they just call that, the fat tail of the curve is wider, and it's something that we study a lot when I took my CMT. That kind of that's what makes trading worthwhile, is the fact that these trends can persist way longer than one would think. So knowing that, to me, it just makes the most sense to ride that trend, and it also makes the most sense um, to focus kind of solely on that and on that kind of relative strength, which is the theory behind strength alerts, right? Is that, you're looking for something that's going to continue in kind of one direction or the other for a period of time, right? And then again, it's all about your time frame. Something's an uptrend on their time frame might be a downtrend on your time frame, or vice versa. But for me, it's a simpler life than trying to. I did a lot of back in the day when I day traded forever, and I still do. And a lot of my day trading styles and algorithms are counter trend trading because they're made for quick hits. However, that's just a little bit more stressful than I think kind of swing trading needs to be, where you don't need to time tops and bottoms. You just need to get in those things that are showing strong trends and kind of stay with them. For example, if you had just bought the SPY, right, at any time, where I see people all the time trying to call, yeah, that's the top. Every time it pulls back, no, it's the top this time. Pulls back here, no, this is the top. It's time to buy it or time to short it because this is the top. And then I just look at this and I say, well, why? Right? Why put yourself through that? Just until this trend reverses, just stay with it. And it's funny because it's like the hardest thing to do as a trader is to not go against the herd. And then you hear about all the time these guys who are like, yeah, that's what I do, is I try to do the opposite of what everyone else is doing. And it's just, why? Why put yourself through that? SPY getting a little bit of a bounce here. My theory of what's going on here on the SPY is you very rarely get a giant move like that without some sort of a retest. Now, the kind of best scenario here, let me pop this out, for the bulls, I would say would be a successful test. Come on. Okay, you're being difficult. You can go back. would be a successful test of this recent high, right? Which is kind of what we're getting right now. So by a successful test, I mean, maybe it bleeds through, but we spend the next little bit kind of chopping around this area, which would suck in more bulls that think it's the end of the world this time. And then that would rip us higher. If we just test and bounce from there, that's really, really strong. Is there a way to zoom in on the chart? Yep, just hit your click on the chart and hold down your control button, and then just use the scroll wheel on your chart or the trackpad on your, whatever your input device is. And that's how you just zoom in and out there. Yeah, no problem. Now, if you don't hold in the control button and you just zoom back and forth, you can kind of, or you just use your scroll wheel. It should just zoom back in time, because I know some people like to do that quickly. They want to just see where it is relative to where it's been. But yeah, the control key will help you do that. To reset the simulator, you just have to email in. You can't currently do that yourself. So if you want a kind of a clean slate there, just email info@trade-ideas.com and just tell them you want to reset, and they'll go in. Give them your, make sure you're emailing in with the email address you used to sign up at, or just give them your username and they'll reset your simulator account there. Eventually, the game plan is to hold some cool events and things like that. So we're going to keep a tight rein on the simulator, because it'd be super cool to. I know Dan was talking about having contests and things like that, which I think would be very fun. Where we could reset everyone's sim and say, okay, day trading only challenge. You have to day trade, and whoever does the best gets. I think the plan is just swag or money back on your subscription, or something like that. It's just a cool way to kind of have everybody to have everyone play. We tried an internal one and it was instantly found that there was a myriad of ways that one could break the system, right? And it's not something that you would do when you're paper trading anyway, because it's one of those, you're only fooling yourself if you're paper trading dishonestly like that. But of course, as soon as it was a game, everybody was. I think I had made on the simulator like $5 million in a day, and it was just, you know cheap stock, very widespread, getting filled for hundreds of millions of shares on the bid and the ask, just stuff that you couldn't do in the real world. Man, and this is another reason to wait for the close. They do not, this FTech that I was watching, I just looked over my other screen. They don't care about these contracts. They're just selling it right down. I think this thing in the after hours was up. That's how it got on my radar last night. In the after hours, it was like a $3 stock, I think. Yeah. So this was the news, and it popped up right away. And then ever since then, they're just like, no, take your contracts, and you know where to put them. But still, right, if we can get anything up here and then close the end of the day around 2, I'll be interested in this as a pullback. And it's basically just, again, what I was talking about, where we've had a big push up and then we've had a little push back. So I'm trying to catch the turning point of what may be the trend here. But I need to see it hold that support pretty dramatically. I don't want to buy things that are selling down like that. I'll let someone else take that hit, play that game. So we got another 15 minutes for people who have questions. That's why I'm here. So certainly feel free to ask away. Again, everyone who comes here and does these are traders, but then, also do something else at the same time. So we're working all day and then usually goes, oh, I got to pop in on the this or that or the other thing. And I got to go check out the live stream and see how that's going and then come back and get back to work on whatever they're playing away on. For me, it's always building and testing algorithms. I'm going to set an alert for this FTech. No need to keep watching it. It's all set an alert. And again, if you guys don't know how to do this, is something that I love about Trade Ideas, how simple it is. Right? So I want this thing if it closes somewhere near 2. So I can just right click and I can say create an alert. Right? I got $1.98 is what it came up with. Clicking on the chart, that's fine. I want this to expire today. Yeah, at 3:55 p.m. Let's call it. And let's just make it. Wait, that's my time. So let's just call it 4:55 p.m. And I go, okay, now I don't need to look at this thing anymore. It's either going to get back up to where I may be interested in getting in for a swing, or it's not, and I can remove it from my life. Also watching VERV. I've been watching this one for ages. Feels like it's probably actually only a couple days. But basically just looking at this one to see if we can get and hold above this level right here. Let's call it $54. If it can get and hold above that. So I'll put another price alert out here, but I don't really care about how long that takes, right? Now you can also, which is cool, let me actually delete that and show you guys something else that I like. There's not only an invalid, let's just do it again. Not only invalid time, like in the last one I just said, hey, I want this to expire at the end of the day, because if it doesn't get up there today, I'm not very interested in it. It probably just means it's really weak. You can actually do invalid price. So if I say, for example, on VERV, if we break down, I've got that selected. Let me just look at this on another chart just so I can make sure I'm talking about the VERV. So if I wanted to say, for example, hey, so if this thing gets down to $45, I'm no longer interested. I go $45. Oh, sorry, 45. And then what will happen if it falls to $45, Trade Ideas will just cancel that price alert for me and just go, okay, well, stock's moved too far away. You're not interested anymore. Time to shut it down, move on. If we put $200 stop loss, how many shares will Brokerage Plus buy? Enough so that when the stop loss is hit, you'll lose $200. If you put just the number, like if you go, do I have a Brokerage Plus open? Yeah. So if I just go here and I just put in stop loss and I just said dollars and I just put in 200, well, this is not recommended because what it's going to do, 200, it's going to put a $200 stop away from the price. So if it's traded at, if it's a $10 stock, it will try to put out a stop loss for negative $190, right? And all this is covered in the intro video if you want to give that another rewatch. But if I put it in here, it's going to look at whatever I put in as a stop loss, and it's going to calculate it out so that I'll lose $200. So Terry, that's a pretty subjective, right? Scan, right? So you need to know a little bit more about what consolidation level you're talking about, things like that. What I would take a look at as a starting point is, let me take a look here. Maybe I can share this with you. We have this thing called the A table that Steve and Andy use. That is stocks that are in uptrends, technically on the daily, with high short floats. So you could scan for this one. I also have, let me see if I can find it here. No. 1 second. Let me bring this up. I've got one that's a pretty, might be what you're looking for. It's a pullback scanner. It uses moving averages instead of support and resistance because, again, it's, right, that's relatively subjective, right? If you say, bring a chart to, as someone who's a charter market technician, you know, even with us, if you brought something to say, hey, where's the support, where's the resistance, you're going to get a handful of different results. Why is that not? Let me just put this here, and then I can transfer it over this way. I've just got different computers on the go, right? So I've got some that are in front of me and some that are not, and I've got an iPad here below me. Where did I put? So that goes down here. I can copy that. So you can give that a shot. Right, what this is looking for is just stocks that I defined an uptrend, and again, this is going to be different for everyone, but I basically defined an uptrend as you've got an 8 EM or an 8 SMA above a 20 SMA that's above 50 SMA, and then it's kind of pulled back, so it's between that 8 and 20. And often what you get if you're looking for pullback scanners, I find you get pretty good pullbacks. Like this one might be one that you're looking for where we had a breakout and then a pullback and tested. So this is one of my favorite when it comes to pullbacks like that. And then from there you can kind of adjust it. You know, maybe you want a harsher pull or a more dramatic trend would be a way to put it. You could say, so want the 50-day moving average to be above the 200-day moving average, which would be another way to define trend. Most people, that's kind of, I think, the quick and easiest way to define a trend is just to say, if you have a moving average on top of another moving average on top of another moving average, the odds are you're likely in an uptrend, and vice versa. If you've got a shorter term moving average under a intermediate term moving average under a longer term moving average, then you're more likely in a downtrend, assuming that the price is within those as well. It's kind of a quick just hack to define it, just because the actual act of defining a trend, saying it has to have made a low and then a higher high and a higher low and a higher high all throughout that just becomes more complicated from a math point of view than just saying, right, if the 10 period is over the 20 period and the 20 period's over the 50 period and the 50 period's over the 200 period, just the way the math of moving averages works, it will kind of point for things that are rising as opposed to falling. So we got another 5 minutes. Get your questions in, Brokerage Plus, AI, that kind of thing related, because Barry, he misses the room when he's not here, and he starts to cry if we're late at handing it back to him. And let me know if you need any more help with that based off stop loss. Sorry. Right, but all it's doing is it's saying, here's where your entry is, here's where your stop loss is. He wants to risk $200 a share. Here's the amount of shares I'll buy. So of course it needs both an estimated entry and where it thinks you're going to enter, and then it also needs where it thinks you're going to get stopped, because right, it needs those as part of the calculation. I just remembered that I forgot to feed my dogs lunch, so that's going to be fun. They're going to be mad. Hopefully they don't eat me instead. They're big dogs. What's coming through? So yeah, this is one of my favorite scans right now, just to give me... Is there any customs in it? It looks a little light. No. Yeah, I don't need that. What's that doing there? Get that fundamental stuff out of here. Yeah, so it's above the 200-day, above the 50-day, above the... Oh, I think it does have customs. Hold on. I'll give you another version of that in just a second here. But yeah, it's over the 50, 20, and 200, but it's under the... it's under the 10, and it can't be up more than 1 day in a row. And that's just to make sure that it's not coming at these moving averages from the top side. Oh, there we go. That seems a little bit more like what I expect to see. Yeah, a lot of these pullbacks. I'll give this one as well. Michael, do I still run your software in the virtual machine? Yep. So what you're looking at right now, just because I'm a Mac nerd, this is a Parallels version. It's actually Windows 11, which is hilarious and annoying. I didn't want Windows 11. They just gave it to me because I'm running on an ARM chip, the new Apple M1, and then it's an ARM version, and it's complicated in mine. But yeah, so I run this, which is connected to my desktop, which is just a Mac Mini, which is what I'm chatting to you guys on. But then I have AWS that I do, and that's where that server is where my trading bots and everything are located. Um, I loved it when I traveled, back when travel was a thing, to have it in the cloud, and then I use it at the same time just because as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to leave this room and go sit outside and open up my laptop and get back to work. So the fact that I can just connect from any device back to that without disturbing it is something that I like. If you're interested, I also heard about this. I think they're only going to release it to business people right off the bat. However, let me see. What did they call it? It was Windows 365, I think. And they're going to release that next month, where you're basically you can rent a cloud PC from Microsoft, and I think it just runs in any web browser. Yeah, take a look at that. In any web browser that you have. Yeah, Windows 365. So I'm going to give them a try. I could see, because right now I use AWS, and it's just kind of complicated for what I need, which is just a cloud computer. So I'm going to give this Windows 365 a shot whenever it comes out, if I can. I don't know. I don't know what the limitations behind that, but I just like the concept of it being run by Microsoft. I don't know why. It makes me think it might be a little bit snappier. Not that AWS isn't, but I just like the concept of, I'm one of those weirdos that if I could run my whole life from my iPad, I'd do it. So I think it just may be a better web interface where I can just open Safari on the iPad and type in a website, and then I'm connected to my cloud computer. I think that'd be super cool, if possible. But it's like one of those things. They show off a demo, and you're like, is that actually how it's going to work in the real world or not? Just ping Barry, switch everything back. As always, it's always cool to be out and have you guys, and every day there'll be a different trader coming up talking about their own way of trading and their own styles. So, pay attention. I always think it's super cool that we get so many different traders and we kind of go from there. All right, so Barry is going to kick me out, so you should see him back in a second. Thanks, everyone, for coming out, and I'll talk to you soon.
I'm on? Okay, thank you. Marcos, I'm not 100% sure. I wish you had asked that question to Michael when he was in the room. I'm not 100% sure. If you used to have to put a code in to connect and now you don't need to, are you asking the question, or have you tried without a code and it's working? I mean, I'm going to say the obvious. If it's working without a code, then I guess you don't need one. Oh, another one moving down. Well, just a small one. BLCT making a new low here. BLCT. You know, these are. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, Dova. I mean, I just use Interactive Brokers. I'm not. I don't know if you know. There's. I don't think there's any specific platform out there day trading for beginners. Okay. So, I mean, any platform you can day trade. Okay. It's not. It's not that there's any one of them out there that is say, okay, this is the one you should use for day trading. So what I'll do is I'll let other people answer that. I mean, I cannot have any opinion on any of those other than IB because that's all I use. So I can't say, yeah, I think that's good or bad or whatever. I mean, I just don't know the other platforms. Wow, there's Mogu right back up though. I mean, wow, I mean, just hard to figure some of these out. But look at Mogu right back up, MOGU. I mean, it got all the way back down to 124, then pops right back up to 143. I mean, these are big percentage moves. And this is a cannabis play, I believe. I thought this turned into a cannabis play. Maybe I'm wrong. But reading this, you would not know. Oh, it's also a China stock. I was thinking of something else completely then. This is a China stock. I didn't realize that. MOGU. I was thinking of something else. And, well, here it goes, guys. I mean, Mogu's on the run again. And it's a wow. You know what? It's not a low float. 94 million in the float. That's a big percentage move. 58% with 94 million in the float. Well, Dova, if you can hang on, I'll give you a link. I mean, we're going to have this test drive coming up in about 2 weeks. Okay, so it'd be a good starting off point to see whether or not you like the program or not. Okay, it costs you $11.11. Don't ask. All right, so you click on the link. This is what you'll see. Okay, so if you want, you sign up. You're pre-registering. That's what you're doing. No data until the 9th. And it'll go for 10 trading days for $11.11 for the full program, okay? Yeah, and we're not a trading course. You understand that? We're a scanner. Ah, I thought this might have been breaking down, but it is not. CLS is actually trying to put a little bit of a pop here. CLS trying to put a little bit of a pop. Yeah, don't talk to me about SKYT. I mentioned this one way early that I did not want to chase it down, and I'm sure it's. Oh, okay, well, it did actually have a little pop. Okay. Oh man, okay, guys, I'm just struggling here to find something. Nothing is triggering yet. Yeah, the leaves hit early this year, that's for sure. Okay, CANO. Wow, so this is an IPO from last week or last month, I guess. Another one, just not good IPOs, guys. All-time low, of course. Boy, another IPO. I mean, at least this one, popped a little bit from the IPO month. But skin coming down, SKIN coming down. There's a little break on that daily after 4 days of being up. Now a little breakdown on the daily for skin. Yeah, well, so we certainly do our best. I mean, I'm certainly not. There are a lot of great traders in the room, so excuse me. You can kind of follow along what their reasoning is of looking at different trades. But if you're brand new, are you brand new to trading? Because if you're brand new to trading, I would suggest that you do this. Go to my homepage tab, click on my link, and then when you click on my link, okay, this is what you'll see when you click on my link. And go to the education section, click here, and then scroll down, all the way down, back to basics, okay? This is a great little introduction to trading. 36 little videos, starting off with what is a stock. So, I mean, if you're new to trading, I would suggest you take a look at this, okay? Okay, well, you don't have to start off with what is a stock. You can always check out the different sections. There are 36 videos, so you can always check out the different sections. Well, I don't think you can. I think you have only a hundred. You shouldn't have more than 100, Gordon. So I don't think you can. I mean, that's the limit. I mean, nobody should have 100 in the simulator. So I mean, that is the limit, as far as I know. Anyway, there's no way to fix it because otherwise, if we had, everybody. Remember, it's using our real time data. What if we said, oh, everybody's going to have 10,000 trades in there? I mean, it would just kill our server. So anyway, there's no way you can fix it. It's just the way it is. I mean, seriously, Gordon, why would you have 100 trades in the simulator? I mean, well, let me find out. I mean, I don't know. That'd be my guess. Well, it must be to prevent people, Gordon, from going absolutely crazy, taking a trade every second. You know what's moving now is that, and I'm sorry, I'm late alerting this, but the FLGC. Again, this is a high flyer in the pre-market, all the way up to 561, moving now. Yeah, well, Gordon, again, I mean, I think I'm certainly not going to tell you how to trade, but I mean, why would you place 100 trades today? Seriously. ITZ halted again. This time is on the way up or down? Up. So it got halted on the way up. Are you serious, William? I had no idea. Well, Guy, wow, it's a good thing you're out of that trade now. INTZ just made a new high. Wow, look at this. Good thing you covered. Wow. It just made a new high, took out that right there, and halted again. I would not say that. Rob, I would not say that. I mean, you're talking about people who are scalping for pennies. I consider myself a day trader, but I mean, never would I be trading. Again, everybody's different. I get it, but I wouldn't say that's common. Maybe I'm wrong. I know real trades a lot, but not. Yeah, thank you, real. I mean, I know he trades more than I do, but aha, and it. You know what? I cannot believe it. I didn't even realize that it showed up in the option scanner. Look at that, INTZ. I mean, it was choppy, but it showed up here. Oh, I know why. I was on vacation. I keep saying that. I wish I was on a break. So INTZ comes roaring back. So guys, this is what I'm talking about. So you can just, there was the alert at 566. So it worked well before it fell. And now look at it. I mean, it's just ripped higher. This is the only one I don't think that really GPK. I mean, it got a little higher than 1872, but not much. APT definitely, OBSV definitely, DYAI definitely. So we have the only one that didn't. I mean, they all at one point worked. Profit is here. You have to have You have to have today's profit column or a total P&L column. Okay, it's just a matter of adding the columns. So I mean, if I took a short here of Mogu, let's take a short 200 shares. I'm going to short it. Okay, now I'm going to cover it. Okay, so today's profit in that was -$2. But you just have to have the column. Total P&L -2, okay? So if you don't have that column, just right click on any column header and add it. And this is an alphabetical order. So you can just go and find it and add the columns. All right. Well, total, I see what you mean. So if you had a long position and then you close it out and then you had a short position, I guess that would be the total P&L. I never really thought of that. This is not, well, it could be on the reverse side. That's all. No, you're right because it didn't gap up. You're right. Not my favorite day. I don't think so, unless we get an hour straight up. And INTZ halted again. Yeah, so this is this. I mean, I asked the question earlier: is this one of the meme stocks? Because it fits the profile, 10 million in the float and a high short float percent. So it fits the profile, but I don't know if anybody's actually monitoring it. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I saved it as an individual. I don't know if I, yeah, here we go. Most up and down post market. Okay. And let's see what I did. So what did I do? I made sure the volume was at least 50,000 shares. And it's up at least 3%. And this is my range. So that's it, okay? There's nothing more than that. The big difference is making sure the volume's at least 50,000. That's the post-market volume. Compared to what you see in the scanner, in the channel. So if that's good enough for you, but you can always change it, you know, of course. So, but here it is. Yeah, I may be wrong, Gordon. I don't know. You're the first to ask me that question, so I may be wrong. It just seems that that would be obvious that we would have to have a limit, otherwise people would go crazy. Well, if you open that, see what I do is I just sort on the. I think I sort. Well, it's on the change. Okay, let me just back that up. I'll load it again. See, this is the change in the post market. Okay, so unless you get 3%, 3% change, you're not going to see it. Okay, so that's the change in percent change, and that's what I do. I sort on that column, so I'm seeing the ones that are up the most, the change in the post market. I sort on this column right here, and then of course, just because the stock is up the most, but it might be on. Well, I have at least a 50,000 share minimum. So the volume, but sometimes you're going to see. Some of these are trading like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of shares post-market. But that's what I do. I sort on the change post-market. Okay? I missed one when we had our failure yesterday. The top list and everything went down yesterday. I would say almost 100% sure I would have traded this one post-market. You know, watching it here, I didn't see it at all, of course, and it had tons of volume, and it actually rested though for a while. There's that's a 15-minute candle, so it rested, and then all of a sudden, the minute it took that out, 419, I'm sure I would have taken some. Almost 100% sure. Oh, of course, I was aware of it. Of course. Because well, you guys don't know, but I raced out on my bike, came racing back, made sure I was back in time at 1 o'clock my time to trade to see what was happening, and then we had no data. Well, we had an outage. I don't mean here personally, I mean Trader Days had an outage. Yes, Hayden, there is. You just have to, if you can find my homepage tab right there, click on the link. When you click on the link, go into the scan section. Click here, and here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Okay, yeah, I don't have it because, I mean, I can give you that link that I just gave. I mean, that, but you should look, I mean, there are other things you can look at. You know, you can start off, I mean, we have a post-market channel, okay? Or we call it after hours, I guess, after hours, okay? So you can look at this. All I did was I took this, okay, and I just added, see, instead of 2,000 shares, and I took this out, that's right. Daily volume to me is a useless one, okay? I don't care about the average, I just care about what's moving now. Why get restricted? So anyway, so I took that out, and I made this 50,000. And I think I put a price of 1 to 20. You could do this on your own. Okay, I'm not trying to, you know, the more you can do on your own, the better. So just, all I did was I just upped this to 50,000 shares. I took out the daily volume, and my price range I think is 1 to 20. Okay? Now, I can give you this one. You know, I've been popping that in the room. There it is, okay? Well, you won't see stocks you shouldn't see stocks all day. Um, here's how you will not see stocks all day. Yeah, as long as you have the change in the post-market, because the post-market hasn't happened yet. Okay, so it has to, so you have a change in the post-market percent, so you won't see that you remember now, all these are ands. So until 4 o'clock happens, you shouldn't see anything. Now, why it is in the channel is because, again, I added that one. Wanted to make sure it's up at least 3% in the post market. Make sense? Moldova, okay, first of all, I think you should take the test drive first, okay? And if you like it, then we'll certainly have a nice promo code for you. I mean, if you want to take it right now, fine, but I would probably take the test drive first. Yeah, so if you add that filter, Saeed, then you won't see stocks in it. In fact, I'm going to make a suggestion. But I mean, listen, if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, but I would wait. I mean, there's no rush, okay? But I mean, if you had to have one right now, click on my homepage tab, and then the link. And when you click on the link, here's a promo code you can use. And you click on Get Trade Ideas. And I would never, start off on a monthly. Do not start off with an annual plan. You could always go 118 minus the 15%. But listen, I would just wait. No, I don't think there's any mad rush. It's only a couple of weeks until the test drive. Then you'll have an idea if you're going to like it or not. Meanwhile, APT making another little run here. For you to do it, I'm not 100% sure. I know in my yeah, but I'm on a development version, okay? So I'm not 100% sure you can do it by yourself. Okay? In terms of resetting. Otherwise, you go to the home page and I know they can reset it for you. A bit of a not challenge, but they just have to find the time to do it. Otherwise, tomorrow, if you just get out of every trade at the end of the day, you'll be reset to $100,000. But here's the home page you can go to, okay? Okay, Saeed, is that just, that's not a layout, right? That is just it's just a scan? Okay. Take a look at it. Ooh, sorry. Okay, it's not a scan. Okay, so it was so luckily. So this is your dock. Okay. Ah, just a second here. Let me compare it to mine. APT guys, over and over again now. Wow. There will be a difference. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, now I can get rid of this. Okay, that's why you're using volume today. It's 50,000 shares. Now I don't know why it's still showing it, but it must be what I've got here is the volume after hours. It's 50,000 shares after hours. Post market volume. Let me just prove to myself that that's the reason. There we go. Okay, so that's what so I added the post market volume you didn't have in. You had just normal volume. Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't really a layout. It's a dock layout, which is okay, but it did surprise me. All right, okay, guys. Now here's another one. It's on the way down though. NTIP. I notice it on the way. So this is another one that came out of nowhere. NTIP. See what I'm saying? It came out of absolutely nowhere with the volume. Got halted, but now it's halted on the way down. So no trend. Boy, APT guys is just. It was a little bit choppy. I mean, not a little bit. Look at the 15. I mean, it was tough to hold on to a whole position. But now, I mean, I don't know where this is going. And halted on the way down now. As predicted by Zach. That's correct. You have to duplicate it out of the, yeah, that's exactly right. You duplicate it into a free floating window, then it's floating, and then you save it into the cloud. The window, yes. But you could have changed it. I mean, well, once you know what to change, you don't have to do that. I mean, you can obviously make a change right here if you want, if you know what you're changing. Hey, no problem. Okay, guys, today is Tuesday. So there was a marketing meeting today. Okay. Another halt again for NTIP on the way down. Yeah, I think you. It seems like you're right, KR. Long NTIP. I love William. Now I see why he trades 300 stocks a day, or takes 300 trades a day. Yikes! But I hope you. Well, pretty miserable spread for that $3 stock NTIP. Okay, so this just resumed. INTZ just resumed. So guys, let's just do a little recap here of what happened in the option scanner. In fact, what I can do is this. Make it a little easier, duplicate it. No, when I duplicate it, okay. Okay, you just have to bear with me here. So we had an alert for BEKE at 9:42. Price was 24.45. What did it do after that? I have to back this out a little bit. So this is the short that the AI had, but the scanner, the option scanner, had it at 24.45, popped almost $1. DYAI. Now, of course, the AI. It's funny how the AI had these now as two great shorts. 490, and it got up to 562. It wasn't easy though. This one was a surprising one for me. OBSV, 313, got all the way up to 3. I mean, that's a great percentage move. 360. Of course, here's our little star. Again, not easy. Not easy with the chop that's going on, but you know, alert at 10, got up to 1139. This one did not really move that much off 1872. You know, what did it get up to? 1886, I wouldn't call that. And then the last one, INTZ, 566, and it got up to 720. I would say that's a AAA plus rating today for the option scanner. And they're not all going to be rocket ships, but boy, oh boy. And yes, I'm sharing it. All right, guys. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock. Say I'll be in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Let's take a look at Apple. I don't think I've ever traded Apple, but let's take a look at Apple. I know they released earnings after hours today, and obviously not having a great day. Interesting reaction to Apple before earnings after hours today. Boy, guys, I mean, this is now through the 200 day, or at the 200 day. Shouldn't say that, sorry. APT, right at the 200 day now. Did our LMD at least go positive, or is it still negative? It's barely positive now. Boy, SKYT. Tomorrow I chase. It's funny, you know, I saw this in the pre-market. It just didn't have a lot of volume. I got really, in fact, I've got it written down, gap down, preliminary results, low volume. Those are my notes on it. So I really didn't pay that much attention to it. Obviously, I should have. I mean, look at the volume now. I mean, this has just been almost straight down. I mean, we had a little jog right there. So what did it go from 17 up to? Well, that was a pretty big one. Moved up about $1, and then it fell back down again. But from the open, you know, from 24 down to, oh, it hurts, down to 17. before it actually pulled up a bit. Do a better job tomorrow, guys. I don't care if it's low volume, but if it's a big gap down, I'm going to alert everybody to it. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. Maybe in another 30 seconds, I'll put myself on mute and just get ready for this marketing meeting. Okay, I'm looking at AYTU. Kind of a strange looking little gap on the 15-minute chart. Strange little gap here on the 15-minute chart. Maybe, just maybe, if we get some volume, it could start to, I mean, it's positive now, just barely positive. Remember, it got up to, what, 461 in the pre-market. So, all right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be in a meeting. All right, guys, I'm now back, and tomorrow I'm going to find an SKYT to short all day long. At least I hope to. Man, oh man, what an all-day short. It's just that little jog up. Now, somebody said they didn't think the news was that bad. I mean, I don't, I didn't read it. I mean, they were pre-released results, preliminary results. This is an IPO from. This must be the first one, their first release. Officially, I guess they come in August the 3rd. For whatever reasons, they decided to release, not release, but give us a little clue about what to expect. Obviously, market is not reacting well at all. First release, first alert for SKYT. Well, I've got, okay, I mean, here is one. I know I had an earlier one, but I can see right now in the basic new highs and lows at 952, the price was 19.19. So there's a $3 drop from there. But I saw that, yeah, so I mean, that might be the first official. I did have it scratched down. You see, if you look in my, where are we? See, I had it in the gap downs. I did have it. Trade ideas pre-market active. So I had listed it. I talked about it briefly. The problem I had with it, it didn't have very much volume. So I just really wasn't sure if this, it had already gapped down about 10 or 15%, but in very little volume. And sometimes what can happen is when the market opens, it just pops right back up again. But so officially, at least at 1919 for my basic new highs and lows. Officially. Well, again, I did see it in the pre-market. Yes, 9:25 is 5 minutes before the market opened. I definitely saw it in the pre-market, but the volume wasn't great. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. KR, yeah, it definitely alerted. When you say alerted in the pre-market, saw it in the pre-market for sure, because it was down enough. I mean, it was down enough, so I did see it in the pre-market. That's why. Did you not see what I? Maybe you can't see my screen. So this was my pre-market actives that I list every day, and there it is. Okay, SKYT gap down. So yeah, absolutely, it was alerted in the pre-market. It's just that the volume wasn't very much. In fact, I think when I saw it, absolutely pre-market actives, but I think the volume was like 12,000 shares. So a lot of times, I just sort of discount that, but in this particular case, I should not have. All right, guys, I have to tell you, you probably know what I've done here. I did it completely on my own, but I'm just going to crow about it a little bit. Oh my goodness, this is this rear I talked about a little while ago. RERE. I don't know if you guys remember. Now look at this. This is an all-time low. So again, guys, if you're interested in looking at things after hours, I don't discuss this too much because obviously I'm not here at 4 o'clock. All right, but if you are interested, I would suggest you take a look at something like this, the most up and down post market. Okay, and I've sorted it on the change. Let me just expand this a bit. Okay, so I've sorted it on the change in the post-market percent. So you will see the ones up the most in the post-market. Okay, this is from the close from today from the 4 o'clock close. So this is actually the change percent in the post-market. Okay, so I've sorted on that column. So what I've noticed, I mean, a lot of them are garbage because you don't have the volume. But if you see a big change in the post market, or starting to, because you'll start to see data right at 4 o'clock, or just 30 seconds after 4 o'clock, and you also see a lot of volume, you should pay attention. I mean, this is what, and I don't know what other ones would have shown up yesterday, but certainly the iGate, you would have seen this one right here. Okay, this is after hours right here, that mauve area. Oops. You would have seen this right here, plenty of time. Remember, this is a 15-minute candle. Plenty of time before it absolutely exploded. I'm not saying they're all going to be like this. Believe me, they're not all going to be like this. But again, if you're interested, I mean, I'm not. The only reason I was even looking at this is not because I wanted to change or trade in the post market. It was just giving me ideas for my scanner, for my watch list for the following day. That's all I was doing in this. But then I started noticing, man, why don't I trade some of these things? So I'll pop this into the room. All right, little spelling error, that's okay. Now, and again, the difference between this, somebody was asking me before, so I mean the difference between this and what we've got, and I've asked them to actually change it out. No one have changed yet, but you see, first of all, we shouldn't see any data. Okay, number one, shouldn't see any data until post market. But this is what I've changed. First of all, I got rid of the daily volume average. I mean, who cares? I mean, look, if a stock normally only trades, 10,000, 20,000 shares a day, but today it's trading 2 million, you will be blocked if you have a filter like that in seeing some of the super active stocks for the day. So I never use this, for intraday trading, never. And then I also upped it to 50,000 shares. Otherwise, you'll get so much garbage. Okay, so I upped it to 50,000 shares. And this is 3. So this, and I actually took out, I didn't care about the ones going down. Okay, so I took out this, so I'm only going to see the ones that are moving higher. I mean, if you want to leave the ones moving down, that's fine. But that's the big, and I also added, well, you know what? Why bother showing what I've added? I think what I constructed is probably pretty good. So you can take that. You can take this and see what happens. It's kind of fun to see, market closes and then all of a sudden you start getting some ones that we may have seen them during the day. We may not have. All of a sudden they just get active after hours. Some of them, I'm not talking about necessarily earnings plays either. I mean, they're just things that are, iGate was not an earnings play. Oh yeah, we're not marrying these things, okay? We're not marrying these things. I'm not taking a trade and then wandering away for an hour, okay? I'm absolutely paying attention. Yeah, I'm not sure anymore if commissions are factored in. I mean, E-Trade has no commissions, okay, and IBNO is half a cent a share. I'm not sure anymore if commissions are actually factored in. Maybe it might. Yeah, okay, here's the commission. Okay, it says commission right there. So these are, so commissions are factored in. Now that's a little, I don't know why that says, oh, okay, so it is half a cent a share. So the commission is half a cent a share. Now there may be a way to get rid of it, I don't know. Um, I think there might be a way. This one, Greg. Okay. Um, I'll ask the question. Michael will know. So I'll see if he answers me, okay? Nice call reel, of course, on the short now for APT. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, there was a 200 day. I mean, it was flirting with it for quite a while before it said nope. Dreamer, are you in the room still? You must know. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if there's a way to eliminate that commission. Yeah, meanwhile, you're right. That Tal is, well, it had the, actually never really had a big pullback today. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. Here is where it opened. So it did pull back, but it's been kind of steadily up now. All right, guys. Okay, 2:51. I'm getting close to shutting down the room. So before I shut down the room, just for those of you who don't know, maybe just showing up, we're having this test drive starting in August the 9th to the 20th. And what does it mean? It means that when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see a way in which you can sign up, pre-register. Starts on the 9th, runs to the 20th. That's 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full premium service. It'll cost you $11.11. If you are a standard subscriber right now and you've wanted to try out our premium service, you can do so also. It will cost you $11.11. So again, you're pre-registering. If you do it today, basically you're pre-registering, okay? So you'll get no data until the 9th. So please don't pester our support people and say, hey, where's my data? This is just what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Now the other thing is when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription automatically. There'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription afterwards, but we will not be we don't put you into a subscription automatically, okay? Also from my home page, if you did want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You can sign up for the trade of the week here. I do a stock of the day video at noon. I have all my scans are here that I'm sharing. Here's my layout. Here are individual scans. And education. The 20 lessons, the daily support sessions on YouTube. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. These are all free. Everything's free here. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a little more information about the AI. You're new to trading, and I mean new. Starts off with what is a stock? Great little video series. We have some ebooks here. So a lot of information on those last two sections in my homepage. All I have to do is save my link, and then you can take a look at all that information whenever you want. I think that is probably a combination. What is she doing? Yeah, she's lying on her back wanting a belly rub. That's my cat. There. How could I not rub her little belly, right? Oh yeah, Jack. That'll be the day. I'm sure it's happened. Not to me. It's, guys, I think that's my cue. My headset just died on me, so we're almost getting close to the end here. All right, guys, I think that is about it, okay? I think I'll wrap this up. I got a few things I want to do this afternoon, so I think I'll wrap this up. Thank you so for all the help, everybody. The post-market link does, okay, good. It does open? Okay. Okay. All right, guys, so thanks a lot for all the help today. I'm just going to get my script together before I shut the room down. All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Whoops. Wrong. There we go. Okay, yeah. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That's when I'll open the room. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. You too, Kev.